on, me. Mimi. Yeah. Come on, boo. Come on. Waypoint, how you doing? Yep, nobody's home. Jonathan. This is the ship I just shot this morning and just got it finished.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, Jonathan.
How you doing this morning, Paul?
Not bad. Just got done shooting this ship and then I uploaded it.
Yeah, I think I saw it a little while ago. Well, I didn't see the video yet, but I seen that it posted. I seen that it posted.
Hazy out there this morning.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get a high 95, 94, 95 today in Georgia. I was gonna try to get out this morning to catch this train, man. I've been wanting to catch this train for the longest, but the neighborhood is acting crazy. So I had to tend to some things. Now, try to get my morning coffee in. Where's everybody? Haven't checked in yet?
No.
We'll get here. It's still early. Who did I see in the chat? Waypoint, what's good, Waypoint? I saw somebody else. That's why I hate going live on my phone. I can't see the chat. Who's in there, Paul? Waypoint, somebody else.
Waypoint you.
Oh, just us? Oh shit. Nah, I think somebody else was in there. At least I thought. Yeah, get in, give him time. Are you eating the peanuts that belong to the squirrel, Paul?
No, I'm eating crackers,
Oh,
Ritz crackers.
Ritz crackers.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get the can of cheese to go with it, just the can. You know what I'm talking about? The cheese that come in the can.
Yes.
Kraft cheese spread. Now that's the bomb with Ritz crackers.
That's the good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely good stuff. This cup of coffee brewing like a liven up.
So Justin's here somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Justin, what's good?
Not much.
I'm surprised
Up,
you up
Brian?
already. I'm surprised you up already.
I actually didn't play that late last night. I got off at like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Shit, Tim went on for a good minute.
Oh, I wouldn't have been able to stay on very long anyway because the servers were gonna go down at 12:30. So
Update.
yeah, because actually Jason was in the middle of playing with his brother and they got kicked out. I
Okay.
Good
don't
morning,
think that.
Skyfly.
That's who it was. Skyfly. Skyfly was the other person. I told you somebody else was in there. Shoot, man. I want to say once y'all got off, I went to looking through Best Buy to see the Xboxes they had, and they do this band thing. Well, they gonna do this band thing in some shape or form, but they pull us out the sky. I'm going to get that the Xbox with the 1 terabyte in it.
I remember when like 250 gigs was a big hard drive for a gaming system. Now that ain't shit.
Right,
Even one
right.
terabyte, I don't think is much. I think they have 2 terabyte systems now.
Nah, the biggest one was a 1 terabyte. They got the 1 terabyte without the disk drive, and then they got the 1 terabyte with the disk drive. $4.99. That was the top one they had.
That was the Xbox.
Yeah, Xbox X series, the latest one they put out. It's in they got it up in Best Buy, $4.99, 500. Been snatched that up. Cause I ain't buying nobody else's drums. It's really just that simple for me.
Oh yeah, you can get upgraded hard drives from they sell 2 terabyte Xbox hard drives for $90.
Oh, they add another terabyte for extra 90, you saying?
Yeah, you can take the one that comes with it out and then slide the new one in and it gives you 2 terabytes. Oh, they got a 4 terabyte one too,
I ain't see that.
I think. Let me see here. Yeah, they got a Xbox certified 4 terabyte.
The one I seen looked like
You
like
almost,
a small cubicle.
yeah, you almost need one though these days. I mean, cause fucking even 1 terabyte's not much anymore. Some of these games, dude, will take up like 150 gigs, no problem. Just one game. I mean, I could fill up a terabyte with just 6 or 7 games off of my Steam. That's why I don't keep a lot of games on my computer. I delete ones that I'm not playing, and I just, if I ever want to play them, I just re-download
Yeah.
them. Because otherwise, I could fill up 4 terabytes on my computer in no time if I did that.
I want to say the Xbox I gave away had a 256 gig hard drive in it.
I had a 500 back in the day, and that was like the big boy on the block. And
I'm not gonna remember my Microsoft password. And worst come to worst, they'll just email it to me. Just email me to reset.
Skyfly says, "Hey Justin,
how's it going? Yeah, I had the Xbox 360 back in the day, and I think I had a 500. And that was considered like really big. That was like a big hard drive everybody wanted. Now that ain't really nothing.
Well, I mean, it used to be simple because all we did was save our gameplay, right? Back in the days, all we did was save our gameplay. Now we're literally downloading the games itself.
Well, back then, even back then when I had my 360, that was a lot of the games I had were digital.
Okay.
And then some of the games like Grand Theft Auto actually came with 2 discs. You had to put one in just to download the game to the system, and then the other one was to play what you downloaded on. So once you use that first disc, you would put that back in the thing. You would never touch that again. And then you
Yeah,
use
it
that
was another
second.
game like that too. I can't remember what it was. I know it wasn't the one you speaking of because I didn't have that one. It was something else.
But
That
even
had
back
two
then,
discs.
you could fill up 500 gigs really quick if you had a bunch of games.
Resident Evil. Resident Evil. One of the Resident Evil games had 2 discs.
Yeah, you're thinking back in the day when we had memory cards to save gameplay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying. When all we did was save gameplay. Now,
Yeah. And a big memory card back in the day was only 512 megabytes.
mm-hmm.
It didn't take much space to save gameplay, just where you were at in the game. You could have like 20 games, you could have like 20 different games of gameplay saved to one card. I don't think the 360 had memory cards. I think I don't
Or the
remember if it did or
360.
not. Yeah, I don't think it did.
Um,
I think the
not it
PlayStation.
didn't have the memory cards. It had the memory bank that you could put in the side. Was the left side, right side? On the right side, it was like a big ass cartridge with a hard drive.
Yeah, you could add extra storage to it.
Mm-hmm. In
Yeah, because
fact, I still have that
most,
hard.
yeah, because most of the systems were actually only 4 GB standard, and then you had to either buy a hard drive for it, or you had to buy one that came with the hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had one that I bought years ago that was only 4 GB, and you couldn't even put anything on it without getting the hard drive. It just wasn't big enough.
I saw that hard drive about 2 months ago. Was like, Jesus, I still got this thing.
Yeah, I think the original Xbox and the PS2 are the last systems to use memory cards.
hey Frank, how you doing?"
DS was good.
Alex Escardo's in the chat. What's up?
Was good, Alex.
Got Jody. Brian was in earlier.
Alex is at work.
Joe.
Alex stay working. I don't think he take a day off.
Well,
He
we had
said that
somebody.
his friend, Canadian friend Quinn Dynasty, aka Bill, is going in to have delicate back surgery today. So he wants everybody to have prayers for him.
Who?
Quinn Dynasty, Quin is but his name is Bill.
Quinn
Oh
Dynasty.
yeah.
Where do you remember that
Remember
from?
we were talking about him. He was the one we were talking
Yeah, but
about
say I
that.
remember that name.
He was the one that was making the crazy videos up in Canada, flying at like 4,000 feet and shit.
Yep,
Remember?
Ew.
And he was the one that had like 3 drones following his car at one time.
right.
Yeah, he was making some crazy ass videos up in Canada. Yeah, Mr. Skydio. Yeah, Quinn was Mr. Skydio. He had like 2 or 3 Skydios at one point.
Mr. Scotty.
He used to just call them Skidios. He mispronounced it. He'd say Skidio. He was doing some crazy ass drone footage, dude. He'd be going down the road in his car and he'd have like 2 or 3 Skydios following his car at one time. And then he had a couple videos where he was showing us where he was like 1,800 feet in the air flying.
Gee. The first drone video I ever seen was a guy take an FPV, and
Yeah.
I want to say he put it in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I remember that Mike too. Yeah, he did a couple where he chased himself in his wheelchair down the road.
He fired up that drone and went straight up. I'm talking about straight up, straight up, straight up, past the clouds, past everything. You literally looking at the atmosphere. And as I'm watching it, I'm saying to myself, I wonder if he know the planet is spinning.
Yeah,
Sure
There
enough,
was
when he went to come back down, needless to say, the video ended. He went so far up in the air that wherever he came down, it wasn't where he took off from.
there was a guy that there's a video from like 15, what was it, like 12 years ago or something, a while back. It was like when drones were first came out. And it was one of those first iterations of DJI that looked like a home built.
Mm-hmm.
It was the F-115 or 111, something like that. It was the one that Mark just recently bought. Um, that guy took that thing like, fuck, was it like 15,000 feet or something? And then it lost, so he went to go bring it back down and ended up, the battery died when he only got a few thousand feet when he started coming down. And then it ended up falling the rest of the way. And he's
Mm-hmm.
got, and the full videos on there where you just watching this thing fall all the way to the ground. And then it finally hits a tree.
Was it anywhere near him when it came back?
Um,
Like his takeoff
I
point?
think he's, I think he said it fell like a mile or so from a couple
Yeah.
miles from where he was at. I think it was, yeah, I think it was called, I don't know if Mike remembers it, was the F something or another, 115 or 111 or something. But it was like one of DJI's first iterations of a drone, and it looked more like something Mike or somebody would have built. It doesn't look anything like the drones you see today, the DJI's. You wouldn't even think it was DJI's drone if you looked at it. Mark just recently bought one off eBay. Because they actually use FPV batteries to fly them.
I
I
have
want
it.
to say it was the F-111
Okay.
or
I
something
gave you
like
the
that.
receipt and kept the cord.
yeah, make sure you
Is the
give me
name of it.
that.
Yeah. Oops.
Whatever happened to that guy that made that drone with the DeWalt battery?
He didn't eat her breakfast yet, did you?
It was
Oh, the
yellow.
DeWalt drone? I don't know.
Yeah.
Break one up and put it on top of her?
I don't know whatever happened to that.
I wanted to know how much flight time he got off that battery.
Probably not much though, because DeWalt batteries are heavy as fuck.
Yeah. It was a nice
Any,
size FPV.
I mean, any of those work batteries are heavy. The Makitas, DeWalt. I mean, it don't matter
Yeah.
what brand it is. Those things are all heavy as shit.
I never did catch how many milliamps was in that battery. I should have. Well, I wasn't in milliamps then when I saw it, so I didn't know what they meant then.
Okay.
Are you looking at that Phantom that's been on a 3D printer body that's on
Okay.
Facebook Marketplace?
I don't like Phantoms. I just don't
No, I
like it. I
haven't
just
seen
don't like
it.
the way they look.
What's up, Donald?
Yeah, I ain't gonna say I don't like them. I just don't like the way they look, so I never tried them. Down in the chat, Donald was good.
Hey, Donald.
I need to pull up the chat on a different device.
I was F450. Okay, yeah. They actually
F450.
still the F450, and they actually have they still sell the frame for it on Amazon. It's it's just the frame that you can build off of. One of the cool ones back in the day was the 3DR Solo.
I
There was
heard
a
about that
guy,
one.
yeah, that one was like, I want to say that one was like in between like a Inspire and Phantom. Like it was a pretty big drone, but I don't think it was as big as an Inspire. But it
Man,
was
I
it
wanted.
was
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it was, I think the size of it. I've never seen one in person, but I remember Dan describing. I want to say it was like in between the size of a Phantom and a Inspire drone, somewhere in the middle of that.
I was so hoping DJI had came out with a mini Inspire, man, for the hobbyist.
Mini
Yeah.
Inspire would have been cool.
That
Something like
would
the
have been
size.
badass, man. Yeah, like the size of an Air 2S or a Mavic, even. You know what I'm saying
At one time, weren't they talking about making a smaller Inspire?
some some
Uh,
company some
I
company
heard.
made a mini one, but it's a toy.
Yeah, that was what the fuck was the name of that company? It was something Hobby Lobby Toys or Hobby Tobby Toys or some shit
Yeah,
like that.
something like that.
It was
Yeah,
some
something like
toy
that.
company that made it like 6 or 7 years ago. It was a while back. There's like only a few videos I think on YouTube about that. Somebody did an
Hmm.
unboxing. But
Hey,
it actually was a fully functioning drone. I mean, it was well built for what it was, because I've seen a few of them online,
Hmm.
and like all the legs and everything were made out of metal, so it wasn't like a cheap little toy drone. It was well built, but the legs would rise up and everything just like the actual Inspire would. Like it did everything the Inspire did. It just was not really a drone you probably want to fly outside.
Yeah, on something that you can like really use
hey,
to do anything
you
nice or
guys know that
professional.
I'm the only one that's on the screen, right? Because
Uh,
nobody's got their
no.
cameras on.
They can hear us.
Yeah, I know they can hear, but
Uh,
when you go to just my screen,
no, you're not.
that's better.
It doesn't show on green screen. I guess not. Okay. Wait a
Oh
minute,
yeah,
show Justin.
now it's no, it doesn't.
It shows
Why?
Justin
If you
green screen.
if you
Why?
turn well, no, if you turn your camera on and you have a green screen on, but you have your camera off, it will still show the green screen.
Okay.
Wait, wait,
So
wait,
like,
wait, wait, wait. Say that again. If you turn your camera on but have your camera off.
okay, so if you turn your camera on with the green screen and then cover your camera, it will still show the green screen. So you just have to cover your camera, is what I meant to say.
Oh,
What's up, Michael? If you put
Hey,
something over the,
Michael.
like my camera has a lens cover built into it, so I can close it if I want, or I can open it.
What is your problem?
what's it
Like right
showing?
now, it's just showing a black square, but everybody'd be able to see it. But everybody'd be able to see it still, though. Technically, you'd be showing on YouTube, yeah.
I think my green screen is on my other phone.
Mike said that same guy did one with the Milwaukee too. Made a Milwaukee drone.
Well, what kind of battery? With a D-Walt?
Yeah, he's saying the guy that made the DeWalt one made a Milwaukee one too.
Nice. That drone looked cool as hell. I ain't gonna lie.
I need
That
another
DeWalt.
external hard drive. Easy play, solid state. Suggestions.
I don't know if you ever seen like the Drone Pro commercial on YouTube, but the drone on there, I'm not sure what it is. It looks like a Air 2S, but it's a two-tone color drone. I'm trying to figure out what the hell it is.
I would say, Joel, either get a Western Digital or get a Samsung. Or even a Seagate. Either one of those three brands. Western Digital makes really good ones. They got really reliable hard drives. The two Xbox uses Seagate or Western Digital. If you break open your Xbox and actually look at the hard drive inside, that's usually what it is, one of those two brands.
Here. Paul, they got a drone on sale.
Who?
Best Buy. The Air 3, $800 and something.
Wow.
That's for one battery though. That's not the Flymo combo. Still, that's a hell of a deal if you ask me. That's less than the Mini 3 Pro even. I need to tell USA crashes Mini 3 Pro, go get them Air 3.
Let's see, let's look.
How much is it?
It was eight something, like 859 or something, with the new controller and one battery. And mind you, that's the latest and greatest. Where you at, Joe? Where Joe
See
at?
here. How big of a drive do you want?
You talking about on the box?
No, I was asking Joel how big of a
Oh,
let me look here. I would honestly recommend Western Digital.
I can't see the chat on my tablet.
So they got a 2 TB for 79. They got a 18 TB for 329 if you want a big ass one.
Wouldn't need nothing else with that.
They got a 12 TB for 252. Yeah, those are fucking huge. um, Western Digital 2 TB for $69. That's about your best deal.
I can't pull up the chat on my tablet. Why is that?
5 TB. All right, hold on. I Let's see here. Do that. So it looked like a 5 TB is going to run you about 130. roughly. After looking at the prices on here. So I would say. This one
I'll be right
here.
back.
This is the ones I have. I have two 1 terabyte ones of this drive. That one's 127. That's a 5 terabyte portable external hard drive. And what's cool is there's backup software that you can download for free with it that you can back up your hard drive to that. And then if it something happens to the hard drive, you don't lose all your stuff. Western Digital actually got some really cool programs, free programs you can download.
Mia's being fussy this morning.
You wanna go out?
Well, she probably does, but the problem is it's 72 degrees, but it's got 90% humidity. You know how that nasty humidity is.
Yeah. You said it's only 72? You might well let out now before later. It's gonna get hotter.
SanDisk.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, SanDisk? No, I would not trust SanDisk as on their hard drives.
Ice cream cake.
It's a proprietary cord, but you can get those cords fairly easy.
SanDisk is best for SD cards.
Their hard drives are crap though. Just like Toshiba, I wouldn't trust Toshibas either. They're junk. Some of the best ones out there are Seagate, Western Digital, and Samsung as far as external hard drives go. But I would say Western Digital is probably one of the most reliables.
Like, happy birthday.
Granted, Dusty is correct. It does have a proprietary cord that they use, but it's a very common cord. You can find them super easy online, and you can find them anywhere. It's not like it's a hard cord to replace if something happens to it.
There you go.
But I'm telling you, Western Digitals are some of the best external hard drives you can buy. They're some of the most reliable.
What's today? Saturday. Where's Joe?
Plus, their write speeds and all that are really good on them too.
Oh, wait a minute. He just loaded up something, matter of fact.
That's actually perfect. Thanks. Thank you, baby.
That's why I said, Andrew, if you bust open most gaming systems, their internal hard drive that's built into the gaming systems are usually either Seagate or Western Digital. That's the two that they use because they're the most reliable.
Oh, he loaded that an hour ago.
I don't know where Joe is.
He just loaded up a video an hour ago. Looked like he's
Probably fine.
about, yeah, out by the ocean.
So
Flying
I
around
said,
some sailboats.
that's why I said, Joel, like I've got two Western Digital 1 terabytes. I've had those for like 2.5 years now, and I've never had a single issue with those things. They still work great. I have nothing on them neither. Both of them are empty, but they're both hooked into my computer. So I got 2 terabytes I'm not even using. I got four terabytes on my computer. And I think I've only used like 600 or 700 gigs. That's it. So I got like 3.5, or like 3.25 terabytes free.
Oh, this is beautiful, man.
Yeah, Joe was doing a bunch of games last night, like Donald said, so maybe he's sleeping those off. What's up, David? David, I don't know what to tell you on that, dude. Just give me a number. You
Which
know what I'm
day?
talking about? AZ. He knows what I'm talking about.
What's good, AZ? No, I just wanted to know which one it was, so I knew who I was speaking to. What's good, AZ?
AZ is in the house in the chat.
Dustin, click on the link.
Oh man, that's nice. Oh, Joe got it in this morning, yeah.
Yep, that's it. Somebody's selling it, and they selling it from? Oh, Cape Coral, Florida for $250. Somebody's selling the DJI 450 quadcopter.
A
Now
what?
look, now look at this drone. This looks nothing like what a DJI drone looks like today. That looks like a home built.
It does. Look like different pieces even.
That's what their drones used to look like back in the early days of DJI. Like you would get it. I think you would get the drone in like pieces and you had to like put it together. It wasn't like already assembled.
Ah,
Like
okay.
it was like a build kit, like if I remember correctly. If somebody, I remember somebody saying that. You would get it and you'd have to like put it together. Yeah, David said you had to build it. And they run off of like regular, I think you can buy regular FPV batteries for it too. So technically that drone is still capable of being flown today. Like you can still get parts for it. You can still buy batteries for it. So it's not like it's outdated or anything. You can just pretty much, you can still buy stuff for it.
But you can't get that drone.
People sell them online all the time, old ones, but you can still buy the frame and everything online. Like if you go on Amazon, you can still buy the motors and the frames and like it's still, you still could technically build that drone if you wanted to.
All right.
And you just put a modern GoPro on it, dude, you're good to go. Technically, it'd be a brand new drone by today's standards if you had a newer GoPro on it. It'd be right up there with any other FPV drone.
Well, that's it. They need to start making they might as well go ahead and start making the Air 2 again. They
Yeah,
making
David.
the mini again, the mini SE.
Yeah, 'cause they're running out of fucking ideas, dude. They're starting to plateau. It's just like cell phones. Cell phones haven't really gotten better. Like the only two things you're really seeing cell phones upgrade, or I would say three things, is the processors, the screens, and the cameras get slightly, and I mean slightly better with each iteration of a new phone that comes out.
Right.
They're not that crazy of an upgrade. Like that's why if you buy a cell phone, dude, you're good for, you don't need to buy a new one for at least 2 or 3 years. That phone will work fine. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Even though they'll come out with 4 or 5 new phones within that 3 years, or even 6 phones, you don't need to keep up with the latest one. You're kind of wasting your money.
Yeah.
Wait 2, 3 years, then do an upgrade, and then when you actually upgrade, you'll notice a significant difference. But going just from one new phone to another new phone and just keep upgrading every 6 months, you don't notice any difference.
Yeah, that's correct. Like you said, I'll wait 3, 4 years before I get a new one.
I usually use my phones for about 2 to 3 years before I upgrade. I usually get at least 2 years out of them. Like I had my iPhone X, I had that for what, almost 3 years before I upgraded, and I ended up getting the S22 when I upgraded. And now I've had that for probably a year now, year and a half now. But it's just they're not, nothing's really getting better on the phones. It's like I said, it's what you would call plateauing. It's where they've kind of hit their peak, and there's really nothing they can really do. But like I said, the it's just slight. It's so slight on the upgrades that it's not worth upgrading every single time. And that's where DJI's at right now. They've kind of hit their peak.
Well, like I say, if they was to come out with an Inspire, a consumer side Inspire, I think everybody would go wild for that. And a lot of
Donald, and like Donald said, he went from an iPhone 5 to an 11. Now that you would notice a significant upgrade, right?
mm-hmm.
Like that is a huge upgrade going from a 5 to 11. So when you actually buy the 11, you super appreciate it because, you know, it's way better than what you had. Yeah, now 11 will still be good for another 2 years at least, Donald. Probably 3 years.
Yeah, I'd say 3 because it just came out, didn't it?
No, they're up to the iPhone 15 now. The iPhone 11 came out 2 years ago, I believe.
2 years ago, and they're up to the 15.
Yeah, they come out with one about every 8 to 10, was it 8 to 11 months or something? I think it's about every 8 months or so they come out with a new one.
They doing too much too fast. Too much too fast.
Yeah, I see, I used to always be 2 generations behind, but as fast as they're coming out with them now, dude, I'm already, what are they on the Sam's S25 will be coming out soon. So I'll be 3 generations behind.
Yeah, mine's kind of the same way, Train. In fact, I still got my S6, and then I got the Galaxy Ultra 20, was it 23? Galaxy 23 Ultra.
For the Galaxy Notes, I had a Note 5. That was what the Ultras replaced, were the Notes. Pretty much the same phones. They just kind of renamed them because the Notes and the Ultras both had the stylus built into them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of kicking myself in the ass. I wish I would have got the S22 Ultra when I was actually buying the phone. I didn't realize I bought the standard because I bought it offline. I wasn't paying attention, and I thought I got the Ultra, and I ended up getting the standard, but I just ended up keeping it. That was my fuck up, but I like my phone. I ain't had no problems with it. Because actually, I went from my iPhone X, I gave that to my daughter, and then I ended up getting this like $200 phone from what was it, Metro PCS, and that phone was just crap, dude. I used that phone for about a month, and then I was like, "Fuck this phone." I ended up going out and getting an S22. I was like, I can't use this thing.
Well, you said you went Metro PCS.
Yeah, I got one of their free $200 phones they give you for signing up. And I was just like, dude, that phone was such crap. And like I've told people, like if you go from, a lot of people will say, well, why would you spend, $1,000 on a phone? And I'm like, go from a $200 phone to $1,000 phone, and you'll never want to go back to the cheap phones again because there is a significant difference in performance. A huge difference. $1,000 on a phone, and I'm like, go from a $200 phone. Oh, you got YouTube playing, Jonathan. They'll never want to go.
Me?
Yeah. But cheap phones are, yeah, like I said, you'll notice a big difference between a $200-300 phone and a $1,000 phone. Like just one stupid example, like that little cheap phone I had. When I went to go download like a 20-minute video from my computer to my phone, it would
Mhm.
take like 30 minutes just to download that video. I hooked my Samsung up to my computer to download the same video, it would take probably a minute and a half
Right.
because of the processing power of the S22 was way more powerful.
I want to say DJI
Fucking Donald.
started catering to Apple products, but then they were having so many customers complaining because they had Androids that they switched it over and started catering from Apple to Android.
What annoyed the shit out of me with Apple was their App Store. That was one of the things I hated because if you didn't have a credit card hooked to it, or like say you forgot to cancel an app, right?
Mhm.
And say you were using your PayPal card on your account and you forgot to put money on it and the app didn't have any money to take out. And you owed Apple, say $10 for an app, they won't let you download any other apps or anything if you owe them any money. They pretty much lock you out of the App Store till you pay them. Where Android doesn't do that. You can still go and download apps even if you owe an app money. Like if you decide, like you forgot to cancel an app and then they tried charging you and it didn't go through, and then you're just in the middle of disputing that with Android.
Yeah.
They don't lock you out of the App Store while you're trying to figure that out. Where Apple won't let you download anything until you actually take care of that. And then Apple was a pain in the ass to get a refund on.
The food or whatever.
Sarah downloaded an app one time to use it for something or another. I can't even remember what it was, but then she forgot to cancel it. It was a 7-day free trial and she was using it to do something for work. And she used it for a couple days and then she didn't need it anymore. She forgot to cancel it. They charged her like $80 or something for a year. Dude,
Y'all crazy.
it took like 2 weeks to get that fucking money back. It was a big pain in the ass with Apple. Did you read what Donald? Yeah, the hookers comment.
But he right though. He
Same
right.
with
Look, as a kid, I used to ride my bike from Alexandria across 13th Street Bridge, 14th Street Bridge into Washington, D.C. And we would literally just look at the hookers goddamn hooking.
Oh, there's a guy on YouTube who his whole channel is around just following hookers in LA and shit.
Oh, the
Like
one who be driving through the street?
yeah, he'll just sit there and record them on the streets.
Yeah, I seen that. I was like, wow. I didn't think they did it like that anymore.
Yeah, I didn't mind the Apple phones, Joel, but when I got my PC and everything, I started getting into the gaming and everything. It was just Android is so much more compatible with Windows and everything that I was like, I'd rather use Android. So I ended up going back to Android. Because using an Apple phone with a PC is kind of a pain in the ass. Not even gonna lie. Plus, I like the ability to be able to sideload stuff and everything. Like Android just gives you more flexibility. Apple's a closed system, so you can only do what Apple allows you to do, Or Android, you can kind of do what you want. But like I said, I really believe Apple is really good for people that aren't really wise to like, you know, what they can and can't download on their phones and stuff like that, and don't understand certain things because obviously Apple will keep you from doing stupid shit like downloading, sideloading something you don't know what it is or know how
Right.
to check it to make sure it's okay. Where Apple won't let you do that, so it's definitely good for people like that. Just like I think Paul would have gotten better off. I think Paul would have been better off using an Apple computer and phone all these years than PC and Android. I don't think he would have had half the problems he's had. Just because it's a little bit better for people like that aren't really into doing all that stuff.
Technical stuff. Yeah. If you don't stay up to date with it, boy, it'll definitely lose you.
I'll tell you what, I've been lost for years.
Well, like I said, Windows is a more open system and so is Android. So
Mhm.
if you're not wise to stuff like that, you can really fuck your system up by downloading something or doing something to it that, in the settings that you might
Yeah.
not know what the hell you did and you need to go and fuck your phone up or your computer. Or like I said, Apple kind of prevents you from doing stuff like that. So it's not as bad. Apple's got its place for sure. I don't know if Ferger's okay, Dusty. He hasn't talked to, I don't think he hasn't messaged me or Tim or been in any of the chats in a while, so I don't know.
Who?
Rigor Mortis, I hadn't seen him. I know he was doing a lot of band stuff, so maybe he's been busy doing that. He got I think he hooked up with some new band that he was doing playing drums with and stuff. So he probably plus some of the games that he was really into updated to Unreal Engine 5 and neither the computer Tim sent him nor the one that he has is able to play them. So he kind of got discouraged because of that. And then he was playing Arma for a while. I don't know if he's still playing that. Not sure.
Rick and Mortis. Yeah, I do remember that, dude.
All the games are going to that new Unreal Engine, and if you don't have a 20 series card or higher, you can't play them anymore. So
Oh, wow.
anybody that's got like a 1060 or a 1080, their games are actually not even though they could run the games, they're not compatible with them anymore. So because of the new uh graphics software they're using.
I'm worried
Well, I
about.
mean, the one good thing, Dusty, is he doesn't live on his own or anything. Like he's got a full family he lives with and everything, his kids and his wife and stuff. So I'm sure he's okay.
Yeah.
Not like he doesn't live alone or anything like Tim does. That's what scares me about Tim, dude. If something happened to Tim, we probably would never know. Because I don't know his landlords. I don't have a way of getting a hold of them. You know what I'm saying?
The Jackson thing. It's a Jackson thing.
That's the thing is if the people around you don't know who you're conversing with on the internet,
Hmm.
how do they know how to get a hold of anybody, right? So,
Well, no, I can't say that much. There's a lot of people who I'm very close with that know about a lot of you guys.
Oh, I'm saying like, I don't think any of us know Tim's landlord or even have contact with him, so that would be our only contact with somebody that knows Tim there. You know, besides be Matt or Ari, but they're both like 2, 3 hours from Tim, so it's not like they're real close with him, you know what I'm saying? Because they're not around him every day. They don't live anywhere near Tim, right?
Right.
So that's why I said there's some people in the community that live alone like that, that we don't know anybody else around them like that. And so if something happened to them, it makes me worry sometimes because we wouldn't know, you know?
Yeah. I'm one of them people, but I don't think anybody would worry about me. Like,
Trust
I'm
me,
glad.
when you disappeared a while ago, everybody was asking about you all the time. So,
Oh, I didn't disappear. I was just in the shadows.
well, I know that, but people were still asking about you
Well, yeah, they were starting to refer to you as where's the Shadow Man?
though.
I was just in the shadows. Sometimes I'd be in the shadows, sometimes I wouldn't. But I was still around.
Well, like I said, the good thing, Dusty, is he lives with the family and everything. So,
Like the great Ice Cube said, sometimes you got to check yourself before you wreck yourself. And that
like I,
basically what I had to do.
like I said, the people that make me nervous that I know on here are the ones that live alone that I don't know anybody else around them. Those are the ones that make me nervous. Because then if something does happen to them, you know, I would never know.
Well, Justin, you know Mike and you know Pink. The other people you haven't met yet.
Well, I mean, I've met them, but I wouldn't know how to get a hold of them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, true, true.
And I only know a first name, so that don't help me.
Wonder what she up to.
Yeah,
I ain't seen her.
exactly, Mike. Yeah, nobody in the community has contact with his landlord. The only two people that would be able to go check on Tim if something happened would be Matt and Ari. They're the two closest. Cause like, uh, who is it? Dominic lives like what? Like I think 9 hours from Tim or something. He's nowhere
Well,
near
and
Tim.
and what you got to qualify your what you just the statement you made as is that Ari and Matt live closer than most, but they're not like just around the corner.
No, no. Like I said, Matt's like a good hour and a half, 2 hours. I think Ari's even a little farther.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
think
say
he's two
Ari
and a
lives
half
like,
hours away.
yeah, I want to say Ari lives like 2 or 3 hours away. Like I said, but I was just using Tim as an example, but I know quite a few people in the community that you know live like that, and I would never. That's what scares me sometimes because I do worry about people. You know,
We be all right. We be all right.
let's face it, most people in the drone community aren't spring chickens. Most of them pushing Social Security. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Or they end up like Paul Hodges. They find somebody and be like, I ain't fooling with you guys no more. I got a
Disappeared.
woman.
Yep.
I got a woman now. I'm gone. I
Oh,
ain't mad at him.
I've seen a few people over the years do that.
I ain't mad at him. I salute him even. You can.
Eclipse, how's it going? Hey, Paul, it's Josiah.
Ah,
Josiah, why does that sound familiar?
Who? Zion. That's Jason, isn't it?
no,
No,
just
Josiah.
Josiah is related to Lenny.
Oh,
Oh, okay, yeah. I knew his name sounded familiar. That's her grandson, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I was like, I
Morning,
know I've
guys.
seen that name before. What's up, Donald?
Donna, what's good?
Mr. D.
Just
Yeah,
finally
you
getting
make.
around to making coffee.
Yeah, I about to say you looking like you about to get that cup in you.
Yep.
Ah,
These
TJ
damn
probably
health
knocked that.
fun. Go ahead.
What'd you say, Don?
I was just gonna say these damn health fun cats were up at 3:30 this morning, racing back and forth down the hallway in the house, making a
Wow.
racket.
It's funny you say that because mine started biting me at 3:30 in the morning and woke me up. That's how I realized that Tim and TJ was online playing Fortnite. Well, Tim was playing, TJ wasn't playing, TJ was up.
I remember at our old house, fucking stray cats that used to fight at like 2 in the morning. You'd hear them outside. There was like 10 of them. They'd all, what? Oh, and then and then it just sounded like a fucking cartoon ball of cats going at it outside. Like, oh my God, dude, they were loud as fuck, dude. And they were always getting into fights outside our window at nighttime.
Paul, Justin, Don.
Hey, how you doing?
Morning.
It was the neighborhood we lived in when we first moved to Florida, man. There were so many stray cats in that neighborhood. It was crazy. They were fucking everywhere.
But Train, what you talking about? You live close to Tim?
Hi, Jonathan.
There's Mark. What's good, man? I started to wonder about you.
I was shopping. I had to go and pick up a prescription as well. So
Michael is nowhere near Tim. Michael is in Michigan. Tim's in
You in
Australia.
Michigan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just right around the corner from Tim. Get there on a train, no problem. Short train right away.
How close to Sky? Okay, so a bunch of people have been telling me, right? Because I be searching for another drone pilot in Columbus. So a bunch of people was telling me, yo, they keep seeing this drone down on Buena Vista Road. It's one of the main roads. To the point they be calling me like, yo, that's you flying? I'm like, no. Like it's a drone down there. I'm like, look around for the pilot. Look for somebody with a control in their hand. So for like 3 weeks they've been looking. Come to find out, it's one of the construction people that's flying a drone.
Doing commercial work.
Yeah, they repaving the road, so I guess he's using like if Dre, not like if it was Dre, I guess he's doing some kind of whatever it is they
Progress.
do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, I don't want to fly with him. He's working.
It's like, I want to fly with Trey.
He might
No, not
not be.
Dre. I was talking about the
He might not
construction
be
dude.
doing any actual like really close
Uh,
mapping or anything like that. He might just be documenting the process.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably. But
Hey,
still,
who's to say he's
working.
even the construction guy? He might be doing his own video of just a hyperlapse over the time, you know?
No. It's this construction guy because the guy from the phone company in front of where they work at lives a block away from me. He's the one who was always calling me to see if it was me. So he actually saw the guy, but he couldn't go over to talk to him because he was in front of the job. He
Well, a
runs
lot of people that start flying professionally too, they end up almost stop flying recreational.
Yeah.
Especially if they're one that does it a lot too. They don't tend to fly too much recreational flights anymore because it becomes a job instead of a hobby.
and 2 for 1 if you ask me.
I
Yeah, but
drove over to Carthage. Just go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say I drove the Doom buggy over to Carthage yesterday and took the drone with me.
Yeah,
And
you got footage?
the company that I did some work for. They're a bowling alley, but they're building a little mini golf course.
Mhm.
And so I was just gonna put the drone up and get some shots of the construction and just send it to them, just kind of as a gift to keep me in mind, and just say, hey, once the golf course is done, I need to come back over and you need to pay me to shoot. So
Mhm.
I was flying the drone over, and here come the guys, the construction workers. After a while, come freaking out. We heard a drone, and and then they started talking about the buggy. It's like I was just like a conversation magnet yesterday, flying a drone and driving that dune buggy.
And a buggy, you the man. You put that thing on follow me mode and go on down the beach.
I don't know, Jonathan, if you started doing like professional work, like as much as like Daryl or Dre, honestly, you probably wouldn't want to fly recreational anymore, because
You wouldn't.
when you start making
I bullshit. I bullshit.
no, when you start making something a job, it ain't. Sometimes you lose your passion for it though, because it's not fun anymore.
You tend not to have enough time to do the recreational because of the job.
Well, wherever you go do a job at, if it happens to be a nice scenery area, once you finish the job, you go on and get you some footage in.
Yeah.
I met a guy a couple years ago who was a game designer, and he said that he was so heavily involved in video games that he didn't even like playing them anymore. He was like, honestly, I don't even enjoy playing them anymore. He goes, because I've been doing it for so many years.
Mm.
He goes, I don't even play video games. He goes, I just do the design. He goes, I used to do the design on them.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's not some big gamers out there that are probably the same way. They probably feel like it's more of a job than actually fun anymore.
Hey, you guys, Paul Wedge and Big, his mugs that he gives away.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did they say not to machine wash those or not to wash them ever?
What? What did you do
What
to
the-
that thing?
What happened?
I've just been using it, just splattering it. Yeah.
They make great urinals. I use
I
them on
use
the
it to brew
computer all the
coffee
time.
into, and then I transfer it into this mug. And so I usually just rinse it out. And I just noticed the outside of it is just filthy.
Like I
I
said,
haven't used,
I told them they make great urinals for the computer when you don't want to get up.
It
They hold
depends
a
on
lot.
I haven't used mine.
whether it's been printed into the glaze or whether it's one of those plastic sheets that they've stuck on top of it.
No,
The plastic.
this one is machine wash on or hand wash only.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's
Yeah.
probably not in the glazing.
the plastic coating ones will peel if you put them in the dishwasher.
Where is my other one?
I'll tell you what though, man, those are some heavy duty coffee cups. Those things are fucking heavy.
Yeah, my wife did machine wash one of them I have, and you can see what happened.
What happened?
Oh,
That was the one you just showed
that
us?
actually looks cool though. It like turned it like a reddish color. That actually
Yeah, and
doesn't
if
look
you
bad though.
if you look at I don't know if you can see it.
Does it look
There
smeary
is
or
Oh,
something?
yeah, that
like
does
black
look cool.
smearing going up because it was upside down. So where it drained down, it stained. But
So you need
yeah,
to hand
I've
wash
got
them on
custom
you.
orange. I've got custom orange mug. He only made one of these, and no one else has them.
Yeah, you ain't lying. I'm about to
Yeah.
say, you never seen that color.
my luck, I'd go put mine in the dishwater to try to recreate it and it just come off. Now I got two of his mugs because he sent me one for giving Dusty because he thought it was nice that I gave Dusty that mini one, so he sent me a free mug. Well, it
Wow.
turned out that they misprinted it and they didn't put the logo on both sides. And he was like, show me that mug. And I showed it to him and he goes, why is the logo not on both sides? I said, I don't know. And he goes, well, I'm gonna
Yeah, you
send you
need the
another
logo
one.
on both sides.
Well, he ended up
Shit.
sending me a
Let me go
second
check
one.
mine.
And I told him, I said, I really don't care if it's not on both sides. It didn't bother me none. And he was like, no, I'm
Now,
gonna send you another one. So, I ended up
have
with
you
two of them.
have you followed the instructions and figured out if you're left-handed or right-handed and put your red
Dude, I sat there for 2
green
hours trying
mark
to
on it
figure
yet?
that out. It was confusing. I ended up
Did
with
you
the
put your
cup
red and green
upside.
mark on it yet?
No, I sat there for 2 hours trying to figure out right or left, and it was confusing. I ended up with the cup upside down, and it was, yeah. I don't know what the hell was going on.
I gave perfectly clear instructions on how to do it.
It was a lot more complex than you think, though.
It wasn't. I gave you step-by-step instructions. This step 1, step 2, step 3. If you got confused, then that says more about you than the complexity of the project.
No, your video was very informative, but the cup itself was like a fucking Rubik's cube, trying to figure it out. Just-
Okay, so that says everything about you.
Yeah, it's on both sides.
Hooray!
It looks a little higher than where yours is, though, Don. Yours look lower.
That's because mine's a little heavier.
I'll tell you though, his cups are heavy duty though, dude. If you smack somebody
They
across
are.
the head with one of those, oh shit.
I like them because they're nice big mugs. They're not like small tiny ones.
I
It's like
get why he doesn't ship
it.
them though. Those fuckers are heavy.
Yeah, if I was to if I was to have a channel and give away mugs, I would be giving away little espresso cups.
Well, I'm saying like I understand why he doesn't have them shipped overseas and shit. Cause fuck, man, one mug would be like $50 just because of the weight of it. Those
I
some
want
heavy
to say,
mugs.
it cost them $10 and change to send me this one.
Mm.
It was on the mailing thing.
I prefer bigger jugs myself. Don't we all, Mike? Don't we all?
Donald, did you get the French roast inside your cup?
He's drinking that high-end coffee. Those the shippings. What are those called?
Fougere, I think
Yeah.
it is.
The high-end coffee.
Yeah, it's high end coffee. I think it's pronounced Fougere.
Yeah, the one that has to go through a civet cat first.
This came with
Yeah.
the cup.
Just don't know who decided that. Let's feed this cat beans, wait for it to shit it out, and then we'll make some
Yeah.
coffee with it. Like, I just want to know who the first person was that thought of that.
It was probably a practical joke to begin with.
Then they were like, "Oh shit, this is
Yeah,
delicious!"
damn.
Literally.
Yeah, I don't care. The joke's on you guys. This is really good.
Did yours have a French roast in there, Donald?
No, I did not get. That was before he was sending a little K cup with it. Mine just came with the mug and well wishes
It's puffy.
and a $20 gift certificate to Starbucks.
Oh, you
Oh,
got good, dude.
Oh, you didn't get the $20 gift certificate to Starbucks?
No, I got the coffee. I got the 2 French roast and about 3 stickers. Which I
No,
don't go to Starbucks, so I wouldn't have been mad. I ain't mad
Oh,
at
I
that.
hate Starbucks.
Yeah, I don't do Starbucks.
Waypoint said I got my cup hand delivered. Oh, he gave you a hammy after he gave you the cup. Nice.
Ooh.
I expect nothing less from him. It's like I got your cup.
I got your cup. Now let's fill it.
Does
Oh,
your cup,
gross.
does your cup runneth over?
See?
Eclipse, the link is right there at the top where you see his name.
I don't
You
know.
check.
He's asking Paul if he can join. I don't know. How old is he?
Who
I
is
don't
it?
know. I thought y'all knew who he was. I don't
He
know
is.
who that
He's Lynn's grandson. That's why I'm
Lynn's
asking Paul.
grandson, yeah.
All right.
Oh,
How
that's
old is he,
Lynn's
though, Paul?
grandson?
Yep.
Yeah, but how
Oh.
old is he, Paul?
And 12, 13.
He probably wouldn't let him on the panel then,
Why?
because of YouTube's rules. You're not supposed to have a kid that young on a panel without an adult. That has
Yeah,
to be his
that's
parents
true.
has to be on the panel with him.
Yeah.
Just for the safety of your channel. I'm not saying he would do anything, but YouTube could get you for that. That's why I don't let underage kids game with me on my gaming channel. Just for that reason, because there's a lot of rules set in place for that.
I thought that was because of that list you were on.
Oh, for fuck's sake, here we go.
You were on a list? Oh my.
What list, Donald? Donald, what list is he on?
I don't know. This is just a rumor I heard. I don't know anything about it. Justin can tell you better.
Plus, I had that one kid that was kind of obsessed with me there for about 2 weeks.
But
I had to
Yeah,
block
he,
him.
he
Wait,
he
what?
can't game within 200 yards of a school or a petting zoo.
Oh,
Why are
shit.
you in here twice? You're echoing. There you go. I muted
Lauren,
you.
that boy.
No, Donald was.
Toucan, yeah, that's Donald.
There.
Well, hello there.
Now, I had a kid about, what was it, about a month and a half ago, who was acting super obsessive, and I had to block him on YouTube.
Talk
he
about
got
being in
super-
here. Yeah.
He got super pissed off because we weren't letting him come in and play. I told him, I said, I don't want underage kids on my panel. Like, that's just, no, that's not, I'm not doing that. Like, it's one thing if like I said, it's one thing if Daryl's kids are playing with us or something. Daryl's there, right? So that's different. But I'm not playing with some random ass kid I don't know, you know. Because if they get pissed off at you because of something you did, and then they decide to go to YouTube and say, hey, he said something inappropriate while I was on the panel, that'd be it. My channel will be done. Gone.
Yeah,
Get
you right.
some 12 or
Yeah.
13-year-old gets butthurt or pissed off about
Butthurt,
something you
yep.
said. But yeah, I'd just rather not deal with it.
You right about that.
How old is that, Lola?
19.
Right.
And then Amber's 21, I think, or 22.
I thought you said 22.
Mm.
Yeah, they're both over age, so.
Mm.
But they're the same way. Like Amber doesn't like, from what I was told, Amber doesn't like young kids on there. So
Mm.
Lola, Lola off the chain.
oh, for fuck's sake, milking machine.
She off the chain.
I must admit, I thought she sounded older than that.
I thought she sounded like a teenager.
Her voice, she had the voice of a teenager and the dialogue of a full-grown adult.
Yeah.
No, that's teenagers anymore.
So to protect minors on YouTube, we don't allow children under the age of 13 to live stream unless they are visibly accompanied by an adult. So the adult would have to be visually seen on camera with the kid.
Just like if Lil Llama was on, her niece didn't be on there, you'll see Lil Llama before you see them. So the
It
adults all be
says
present.
channels not compliant with this policy may be temporarily or permanently lose their ability to live stream. So yeah, like I said, I'd rather not deal with that. And anybody over 16, I believe, can be on the panel, but their parents have to be in the vicinity or something like that.
You mean under 16?
I mean, over 13, I mean. They can be on a live panel, and their parents, I think, have to be in the vicinity or something like that.
Mm.
I can't, there's another rule for that, but
Yeah, within earshot.
like I said, I would rather just not have an underage kid on my live stream anyway. Because you know how, you got a bunch of adults that are kind of normally just inappropriate to begin with. You don't want to accidentally say something and then somebody report it, and next thing you know, you could have the damn police involved, you know?
Mm.
At your front door.
So I'd just rather avoid any situation to begin with.
How old do they have to be to live stream? How old how old
Well,
does a
it's
kid have to be to do a live stream?
they can be under, there is no age limit, but if they're under 13, they have to have an adult on camera with them while they're live streaming.
Really?
So the adult has to be visible on camera with them. So, but it's just like anything. Kids can, start up a YouTube channel and they'll just lie about their age when they're setting it up. And there's tons of
Right.
kids that are under 10 years old, probably fucking live streaming games and stuff.
Yeah,
I
when
mean,
they're
I've
live
heard kids.
streaming, when they're live streaming games, there's not usually a picture of the person there. It's just the game screen, isn't it?
It
So how the
depends, but
you know,
yeah.
Right. Right.
But I mean, you can tell how young. I mean, you can kind of get a feel for how old a kid is by the sound of their voice. So
Yeah, the
Mm.
voice in the conversation, even things they saying.
but I mean, look how many big YouTubers over the years have gotten in trouble because they got too involved in conversing with little kids on the platform, and then shit was said, and yeah, no, I'm not even getting involved in that. Like if they come in my chat, that's on them. I have nothing to do with that. Like if they come in the chat and say something, that's on them because I have no control over that except for just deleting it if it gets out of hand, But because if they're commenting in videos and stuff and they're commenting on live streams, that means they lied about their age when they set their account up.
Yeah.
Because there is a certain age limit of when you're not allowed to comment or have comments on videos or anything like that. So if they're clearly 10 years old and they're commenting in a live stream or on videos, it's because they lied about their age when they set up their account.
Yeah. It's like
So
when you
that's
put
not,
a video up, it asks you if it's made for children or not, doesn't it?
yeah, and if you put it's made for children, it shuts the comment section completely off. So
Yeah.
nobody can comment on it because they don't want people coming into comment sections of little kids' videos making all kinds of derogatory, comments and stuff like that, and it getting nasty. So they just avoid that by shutting the comments off completely.
Mm.
Don't get it confused though. Some of these children will say something worse to you than you would ever say to them.
Oh, probably.
Shame.
Yeah, some of their mouths are something else.
Yeah. That's why they closed they shut the whole chat down for Clash of Clans. Clash of Clans was big. I don't know if y'all remember some years back they actually did their commercial and halftime Super Bowl. They were that big. But it
Really?
was so
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that was every YouTuber was promoting that at
Mhm.
one point.
Yeah, it
Clash
was
of
so
Clans, yeah.
big they had multiple lobbies, chat lobbies. And man, them little kids I'm talking about, they make you say something that you wouldn't normally say. And it got so bad that they just closed the whole chat. In fact, they lost 65% of their players when they did that, when they shut that chat down.
That's a problem though. If you don't have some kind of system set in place, man, that can be a
Yeah, they didn't have a choice but to do it though. Because you had kids cursing at adults to the point adults get cursing kids and they throwing threats and
when the site's open like that too, that's when you get pedophiles, all kinds of crazy ass people coming in there.
Mhm.
Because
Not
it's an
only
open
that, but
port to get
you could
get
get
to kids.
reported.
So.
Yeah, you can get reported, and without them even checking to see if you did they report you for, they'd automatically just block you. So now you could be in the chat, a little kid will be talking trash. You say something to that little kid, him and 3 of his friends report you at the same time. Next thing you know, you locked out for the next 48 hours. It was crazy.
Wow.
It was crazy.
That's why I'm talking about the way that boy talks that you play with. What boy? That's not a boy, Dusty. It's a girl from Scotland. The hell are you talking about?
You talking about Lola?
Yeah, he keeps calling her a boy. That's not a boy. She's
It's not
19
a
years
boy.
old.
How do you know? Did you
That
age,
is
Because
Lola
did you
too.
age
clearly
verify?
She clearly
She's
sounds
dark.
like a girl.
Did you
Yeah,
age
that's a
verify?
female.
Yeah. You don't know how old she is, but I
She's
thought
definitely a
she was more-
teenager. She's definitely a
I thought
teenager.
she was more like
Or
late
older.
20s. Yeah.
I want to say her friend is 22. But I mean, you can tell from their mentality that they're not like young children.
Well, I got both of them on Facebook, and
Hmm.
what they've said matches what their Facebook says. So
Oh, I ain't got them on Facebook. But just from listening to their
and
conversation, the way they speak, I can tell that they not under
and
15. That's for
they
Yeah.
sure.
both got pictures of them in college and working
Yeah.
and all that. So I don't believe they're underage. Like I totally believe that they're the age that they said.
I was going to say Lola's accent is definitely South England. So if she's up in Scotland, she's either at uni or she's
Lola's
moved
in England,
to what's
Amber's
it?
in Scotland.
One of them's in
Alright.
college, ain't it?
TK Amber, she lives in Scotland, and then Lola
Yeah, I was gonna
lives in
question
England.
that earlier. It's like she doesn't sound Scottish, but I just let it
Yeah,
go.
she's not.
I just figured it was Justin being confused.
Yeah,
And
no.
Dusty's the
She's got
only one that she thinks that
she's
she
got
sounds like a boy. He literally told me the other day. He said she sounds like my son. I said your son sounds like an English
Wow.
chick. I was like, I don't get it. Dusty needs to get out more.
Hope
yeah.
you was joking, Dusty. I
Her
hope your
No, he
son don't
literally
sound like
told
that.
me that she sounded like his son. I said, so your son sounds like a 19-year-old English chick? I didn't know your son had an English accent.
Yeah, her accent is kind of like Laura's.
Hmm.
No, I have both of them on Facebook, Dusty.
Tell you
I've
what,
seen.
Dusty, come over there one day and you'll see if there's anybody saying anything prerogative. It's them, not us.
And like I said, would never, like I said, I played with a couple of underage kids a couple times, and then I got kind of wary about it, and I was like, I'm not doing this no more. So I set rules in place, and I said, I'm not doing it anymore. And even Amber has the same rules for her Twitch channel. She will not allow a kid that's underage to come in and play because she's the same way. She doesn't feel comfortable playing with underage kids. And I don't
Mhm.
blame her. Like, that's just a thing you don't want to be anywhere associated with or accused of these days of doing anything, as far as kids are concerned. That's not something you want to get wrapped up in. Because there have been people that there's just been people falsely accused of shit like that and completely ruin their lives. So you don't want to put yourself in a situation like that. It's best just to avoid that kind of stuff, then you don't have to worry about it.
Mhm.
One of the guys I used to watch that was a big gamer 2-3 years ago, I used to watch him. There was 3 or 4 other kids that came out and blasted him all over YouTube and showed screenshots of his Snapchat and everything with him. Turned out he was sending all kinds of nasty shit to underage kids that were fans of his. And
Ooh.
he got outed, and his channel completely almost went into there was still a small group of people that were like defending him and saying that it wasn't true, but he lost. Not only did he have one of the biggest RP servers out there and was one of the most well-known people for RP servers, He lost
Mhm.
that. He ended up having to sign that server over to somebody because everybody left the server. Like almost overnight, that server tanked, and it was one of the most well-known and oldest RP servers
Mhm.
that, 5M had. And his channel, if you go look at his channel, just from 2 years ago to now, his views have almost are like a quarter of what they used to be. He used to get like over 100,000, 200,000 views on a video. Now he barely gets 10,000. Like he just completely fucked his channel and everything overnight. Just doing stupid shit like that,
Got to be careful.
Yeah, Skyfly, that's about right. It was.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that kid. That was the one Paul kicked off. Cause then he would get pissed off if you didn't like want to show videos and stuff.
Yeah.
And then he would
Which
come in the
kid?
chat. He would come in the chat and he would like demand Paul goes and flies a ship.
Yep.
Like, and if Paul was like, "No, I don't want to go fly it," he'd be like, "Dude, you need to go down there and fly it. You need to fly it." Like he was demanding play. And I think it was the same kid because there was another person that was coming in the chat that was claiming to be a shipboat captain,
Yep.
but yeah, and saying that they were a captain on one of the boats on the Great Lakes.
Oh, that
But
girl. Yeah.
then when you would go to their channel, it was a bunch of fucking videos that looked like they lived in Vietnam or something,
Yep.
like in a, little third world type town setting. And I was like, dude, there's no way. And then it turned out that the person that ran the YouTube channel was only 17, but they were saying they were some boat captain on the Great Lakes.
Right.
Yeah, and then we ended up.
I think it was the same guy.
I do too, and that's because of the videos. But you never saw the guy in the guy in the videos, but you could tell it was a guy's hands and arms because that was all you ever saw in the video. But you would see video of him walking around and it looked like a fucking little, third world fucking town that you would see in like Afghanistan or Vietnam, right? A little shit ass town, everything's shacks and made out of metal, Like, yeah, this dude ain't no fucking boat captain on the Great Lakes.
Shut up, Justin.
It's the lava.
Well, she
Everything
and
was good.
well, and he claimed that he was a girl that was like 23 or something.
Mhm.
It's like, dude, you ain't gonna be no captain of one of those ships at 23 years old.
Right. Hi,
You
everybody.
might be a boat hand and work your way
And
up. You
David.
might be the captain by the time you're in your 50s.
Shut up, Justin.
No.
Right. No, you shut up, Laura, because I want to know who the fuck ruined the channel. Because that's where I came in.
Oh, I was talking about Polecat 324 I used to watch back in the day.
All right.
I don't watch him anymore. Me and Tim used to watch his RP videos because he was really funny. But we both stopped watching him after he got accused of that. We both unsubscribed from him and everything.
They're hungry.
He's still on YouTube, but like I said, his view count is way, way down. And he lost like a couple 100,000 subs too from that.
And base fell.
I must have jinxed somebody because I saw one of their YouTube shorts and she was getting 4,000 views. So I thought, oh, might be worth a follow. Followed her. And ever since, she's only had like 60 views.
Well, I could see you being a captain of a tugboat.
Yeah,
at that-
tugboat's different than a shipping.
Yeah, a fucking ship that's like 1,200 feet long. You're talking about a big ship.
Yeah, he was talking about being captain of a container ship, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was saying he was saying he was a 23-year-old girl that was a captain of like a big ass container ship. I'm like, there's no way 23 years old you're gonna get a captain's job on a big ship like that without some kind of experience. Those kind of companies, they probably want you to have at least 10 to 15 years experience before they'd even let you touch the captain's chair on that ship like
Yep.
that. That's why I said you might start off as a boat hand at 23 on a ship like that, but you're not going to be captain probably till you're in your 40s you'd have to have at least 10 to 20 years experience
Mm.
before they'd even let you even go for that job. I mean, there was that kid on Deadliest Catch, the one that took over his dad's ship. He was only what, in his early 20s, I think. But you're talking about a crabbing boat versus a container ship. That's completely different. You know.
Mm.
It's like I said, like you're not going to see a fucking 20-year-old fire chief at a fire department in New York City, right? Yeah. Any guy that's in an administrative role like that's going to be in their 50s at least.
It's all right. Me and Laura nearly had a heart attack last night. We was watching 24 Hour in A&E, and it was an old one on one of the catch-up channels. And this guy turns up from the
Oh,
ambulance
Jesus.
crew, and he looked like TJ with a beard. It was like, fucking hell,
Kids-
TJ.
Mike just said the dude that he was taught that he went to school with was luring kids in the boat to learn, using his boat to lure minors. What kids were interested in a tugboat? He was like, "Oh, come check out my tugboat."
You want to know why they call it tugboat?
No.
Like it wasn't like he had like a fucking, big ass like multi-million-dollar racing boat or yacht. It was a fucking tugboat. Like
It was
what
a
kind of
rubber-
kids was he? What kind of
It
kids
was-
was he luring?
It was a rubbing tugboat.
A rubbing tugboat.
Like I said, what kind of kids was he luring to a tugboat?
Oh, you never know.
Like I said, if it was like a multi-million-dollar yacht, I could easily see you attracting some kids or, underage girls to that. But
Yeah, but boat, water, why not?
it's like, come check out my dirty little tugboat. I believe you, Mike. I'm just saying it's funny that that's the kind of boat he had, but he was luring all these minors. I just don't see it.
My question is, yeah, you automatically assumed he meant kids. He might have meant miners, as in coal miners.
Oh, for fuck's
They
sake.
like dirty things.
I've been
Oh,
underground
my.
for a long time. I was thinking about getting out and getting on a boat.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
I've
Funny
been
as
up
shit.
there so long, I need a tug.
yeah, people like that are fucking sick, though. Real.
Yep.
And unfortunately, everybody always says, "Oh, when they go to prison, they'll end up killing them." But the thing is they separate those people. Fortunately, they don't get thrown in general population with everybody else.
Nope. Nope. They keep them on lockdown.
Yeah, they put them in their own yard by themselves.
They put them in their own little section of the jail itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have their own exercise yard, everything. They're completely separated. Maybe back in the day they used to do that, but they don't do that no more. Because, jails are so publicized these days, especially, they have to, they pretty much have to treat them with a certain level of standard of living while they're in the jail. And if they don't, it becomes a political thing,
That's it. They've got to keep the hotel star rating up.
But being a prisoner is actually defined as being, and if you actually read up on it, though, it's actually defined as being
gonna say the first time.
it's defined as being a slave.
There you go.
technically.
I knew that was you
It
gonna
is.
say. You ain't lying. That's why I said yeah.
No, it is. It's exactly what it's defined as. It's
No,
actually defined as a form of slavery. And they
uh,
said, and if you read the laws, it says that's the only acceptable form of slavery is being a prisoner.
mhm.
Because that's what like the chain gangs and all those were back in the day. It was a way of getting cheap labor, right? You could
Back in the
hide.
day,
Well, they no, they don't really.
I direct your attention to the
It's still doing
California
it.
penal system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, I'm
the
saying
Georgia penal system too. That hasn't changed. That is
no,
not
but
changed. I
they
promise
don't
you.
use them as much as they used to back then though.
I bullshit.
No, but I'm saying they used to use them for more extensive stuff like building roads and stuff like that. They don't use that anymore.
No, now
A
you
lot of
now,
times it's like trash.
now you just have to pick
cleanup.
up the
they
garbage
take
on the
us
road.
out. Now they take us out to renovate their buildings and stuff.
Hold on, what's this us stuff, Jonathan? Are you on weekend release or something?
No, but he's been in it, so he knows.
Yeah, I've been in and out of there more times than I even want to speak of, and I can tell
No,
you, the last time I went in, mind you, I just came home 2013. They have what they call Georgia has what they call mobile construction. All right. Here's what you do in mobile construction. Mobile construction, even though we're prisoners, we're separated from the rest of the prisoners. Reason why? Because we go out and work every day and we have access to everything on the outside of the world.
yeah, you're
Now,
more considered like a trustee type.
they got us locked in trailers. But now, the reason why we do it, because they don't pay us nothing. But the reason why we do it, because now for 5 out of 7 days, we're spending at least 8 to 10 hours outside of the prison. So
Yeah.
you get that feel of freedom. And that literally helps you keep your mind state from being trapped up in that cage for so long.
See here, the two main things they do here is they do a lot of the landscaping for the county areas.
Yeah, we do all that.
And they do like trash pickup.
Our parks, our trash, our construction. You
They
know,
don't do any of that here.
if the mayor want his yard clean, a crew gonna pull up.
The two things you see them doing in our area, in our county, what the sheriff has them doing is you'll see them doing, like I said, the landscaping on like the sides of the county highways, stuff like that. And then they do like trash pickup.
When the sheriffs want their cars washed, when the squad cars get washed and all, there's inmates they use to do that. They don't pay nobody. It's free labor.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it's beneficial.
Well,
if you're the prisoner, it's beneficial because you get to actually be out and see the world and smell fresh air, and you might get a McDonald's meal, you know.
Yeah, but even if they do pay you, because some prisons do pay you, it's like 8 cents an hour. Dude, my uncle was in jail for 6 years, and when he got out, he got $200. Is all they owed him for 6 years worth of work. I was like, look, I remember him telling me that. He was like, yeah, for 6 years I made $200. I was like, fuck me.
It's crazy, man. It is crazy.
Yeah, because he got like 8 cents an hour or something. It was ridiculously low. Like it's, yeah.
Now, New York State prison, depending on what you're doing, they pay you if you're working in the mess hall or working in the canteen or whatever. They might pay you $1.60, $1.75 a day.
Yeah.
And then there's some jails too that, you know, they actually make the prisoners plant all their own foods and stuff. They have to like do an entire like garden and everything. That's how they feed themselves.
Each prison may do something different for the free world that y'all didn't even realize.
We have a
when it comes to food, construction, license plates, your laundry, the hospital laundry, yeah, prisoners do that.
We have a work camp here that's it's just for weekend. The guys that have to come in and serve on the weekends. So they come in and it's all open. There's no fences around it. It's just I used to have to go in there and check the gas meters. but there's just some cottage, like some cottage type buildings set up, and then there's like a main office.
Mm,
And they literally come in, they stay there on the weekends, and then they go out and do work. Because they're like all considered like trustee type in order to be in that work camp. But they only
right.
work on they're the ones that only go and serve weekend time. During the week, they're actually at home. But on the weekends,
Call them the weekend warriors. Yeah,
they have to come in and serve Saturday and Sunday
come
at their
in.
camp.
Yeah, they come in Friday and leave out Sunday.
Yeah. We but yeah, I used to have to go in there about once every couple of months to check the gas meters in there and everything. But it was run by the sheriff's department here. But there was no fences around it or anything. It was kind of like in the movie oh, what movie was that? You say you're gonna eat your cornbread. Oh, what movie was that? Life. Where he's like, don't go across the gun line.
Uh,
You ever seen that movie Life?
yeah, Eddie Murphy and
Yeah, that movie's funny as
and
shit.
Martin.
Y'all want your cornbread?
He said, fuck that, I'll kill everybody up in here. You try to take my cornbread. The dude beat the shit out of
No,
Eddie
yo, man,
Murphy.
you keep your
Okay,
cornbread.
made him look like the Elephant Man.
He stood up for himself though, I'll give him
Yeah,
that.
and they respected that. And
Yeah.
that's basically how it is. You can be in jail now, somebody try you, and you sit there and you turn into a punk, and you don't get no respect. The whole jail gonna punk you. But now, even if you fight, you get your ass whooped. As long as you fought, you stood up for yourself, then he gonna get you some respect.
Like when they were in their 60s and they tried to escape. Remember when he went over and he stole the chick's pie off the windowsill?
Yeah,
And
that
then they
was
had to stand in the
too
bottles
funny.
and he got his toe stuck in the bottle. It's like,
That pie was so good he ate it. It was too hot to eat. He was still tearing it up.
yeah, it was.
They were talking about this the other day at the lodge. One of their sons, somebody met him and says, "Your dad so and so, man, he sure can fight." And I said, "Yeah, somebody met my son. They said, is Don your dad? Man, he sure can run."
Never were
I
a
have
fighter
never
in
seen
school.
anybody go into the fetal position as fast as your dad.
Oh wow!
He screamed, "Not the face, not the ass, not the face, not the ass." I might have spiked my coffee. I don't know.
That's how I kept telling Tim in the game the last couple of days. Every time he'd get knocked, he was crawling around on the ground. I'm like, ass up, submit, submit. Keep your ass up and submit to them. Maybe they won't kill you.
He getting better though, Justin. He was getting it in last night playing solo.
Yeah, I mean, you have your good days and you have your shitty days. There's days, dude, where I'll get 2 or 3 wins, and then there's days I don't get anything. It's just all, everybody has their good days and their bad days, but just don't try to get overly pissed off. Like, every once in a while, Tim gets a little too frustrated, and I'm like, last night you could tell he was getting overly frustrated, but it's like, you just gotta, that's the best time to just stop and take a break.
Yeah. This morning he found a sniper rifle. It was one shot, one kill. Man, listen, he was peeling their wigs back.
Like, I'll get overly, like, I'll get a little pissed off sometimes when I lose, but then, 30 seconds later, I'm in the next game. I don't care anymore because it's like,
Yeah.
it is what it is, right? Like,
Moved on.
you're not going to win every fucking game you play, so.
No, definitely not. It gets boring when that starts happening.
There's no reason to get overly frustrated. Like, and actually, I was telling me and we were talking the other night when Jason, everybody were on there, and I was like, you guys ever notice when we're just fucking around and we're not really playing the game, we're just kind of messing around, and then we get to the end of the game, we always end up winning? I was like, every time you guys try to come up with this like strategic plan, we're gonna do this and this and this. I was like, that's when we always lose. But then the minute we decide to sit and tear down a building and just fuck around for 20 minutes, and the
Everybody
next
else
thing
is
you
out
know,
fighting, and you guys are just dicking
yeah,
around. Everybody else is killing themselves.
yeah, and then we'll end up getting to the end of the match and winning. Almost every time we do that, we end up winning.
I'm gonna tell you what be happening now. The time to get down to lesser people, or in the middle of the round, y'all will be separated so far from each other that when somebody go down, so you got to struggle just to try to save them.
Well, sometimes you have to go off in order to like fix your car, or, and unfortunately you might have to drive a little ways to get to a gas station to fix it and then come back, But
That's the massive board.
you're gonna get separated though, you know what I'm saying? It's just gonna happen. Because you might be in the middle of a one-on-one with somebody and then they, use the fists and fly, 200 meters and then you end up following them because you're in the middle of fighting with them. And the next thing you know, you're 300 meters from the rest of the team. And
Yeah,
you're just not, and you
across
can
the
only,
board.
I mean, when you got that much shit going on, honestly, you can only focus on so much stuff at once, right? You're not so much focused on what your teammates are doing if you're on a one-on-one with somebody, right?
Yeah,
Like it's
that's
it's
true.
kind of hard to focus on all that stuff at once. And that's why sometimes you'll get killed because you're so focused on the fight, you're not watching your health, right? And so,
Yeah, that's why I had to keep reminding y'all, like, Justin, your help. Cause you be getting it in and had almost no help.
well, and that's why when I'm spectating sometimes, like if I die and I'm spectating, I'll try to keep an eye on everybody's health for them and I'll be
Yeah.
like, hey, your health's getting low. And I'll tell them, because it helps them out, because sometimes they're not paying attention.
Yeah,
I'll be
with
like,
all the
hey, you need to
action
get
going
your health
on, man.
up, and then they'll run around, hide somewhere real quick, get their health up, and then come back out.
But yeah, I'm just waiting to see what they gonna do with this with which come. As far as the bill goes, my understanding that dude is after the FCC certification too. So if he gets that, that's gonna ground us. If he gets that, that'll ground us, and that's when I'm gonna be like, okay,
Well,
switch.
the problem is the whole anti-Chinese thing has to do with like the deep state military industrial complex. All that's involved in that.
And it's a money
You're
game.
talking about all these deep state guys that are in intelligence and stuff. They know that those drones, what they're telling you is a security risk, and all you guys think, oh, the government's idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. They know the same information you guys know. They know that that's bullshit. They're just giving you a stupid reason why they're doing it.
Yeah.
But what they're doing behind the scenes, they know that whole argument's bullshit. They're not stupid. They're just giving you a reason. They're just saying, hey, this is the reason why we're doing it. But they have other
Yeah, they're
alternatives.
not giving us a reason. They're giving everyone else who doesn't give a shit a reason.
Right, and they're giving, but their
Basically, yeah.
motives behind the scene are completely different. But like I said, this all has to do with deep state intelligence guys that are behind the scenes because this has to do with the military industrial complex, everything. All that shit's involved in this. And that's why I said there's too many wheels turning to, I think, stop it at this point.
Yeah, it's me. All it is they realize China getting a lot of money for their product, and they want some.
Well, I
And
mean, and it's
it's a money.
not,
That's a money game.
the thing is, it's not like
A politician game.
well, the thing is, Jonathan, it's not like we're picking on China because China does it to us all the time. They've banned, they don't want Windows in their country. They don't want Google. They've banned Facebook. I mean, all our software that everybody else uses, they have pretty much banned in China. They don't want Teslas in their, like, they don't want any of our stuff in China, but they want us to take all their products. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want to use any of our stuff. So it's not like it's just one way. China's doing it worse than we are. They've been doing this for the last 10 years and they've been way worse at it than we have. The amount of shit they've banned, Like I
Yeah.
said, it's like they want us to use all their stuff, but then they don't want to use any of our stuff. So to me, it's kind of like the US is just returning a favor and saying, well, if you don't want to use our stuff, we're not going to use your shit anymore then. It's kind of what it came down to if you really look at it. That's kind of what's going on. But like Donald said, they're giving everybody that doesn't give a shit a reason, which is a majority of the population. Because about
Yeah.
90% of the population could give a shit less about drones. And there'd probably be more. So honestly, there probably, if say the whole entire public got involved in this argument, you'd probably have more people wanting to ban drones than save them. Because there's a lot of people out there who don't know anything about drones, but then in their mind, it's a spying tool to look at them in their yard, right?
Like somebody's looking at you. Yeah.
So you'd probably get more support for banning them on both sides than you would would want to save them. And that's if the whole public was involved, like they knew everything about them and knew what was going on, and they actually had skin in the game, and they actually gave a shit about that bill, and they were arguing for it. I think you'd get more support on the other side. And honestly, I think you'd get more support on the conservative side more than anything. You know, all those rednecks out there on their property. I don't want you looking at my shit. Yeah.
So I don't want you finding my still.
Yeah.
You use Google Earth for that.
All them country boys out there with their guns. Yeah, they don't want you flying over their property.
You use Google Earth for that. The young kid found a pyramid on Google Earth. I'm quite sure they can find anything else on there.
Oh, there's channels that actually will go out and look on Google Earth and try to find just weird looking shit, and then they'll go out and make a video of them hiking out to it or driving out to it to look at it.
That guy who found like Native American sites.
Yeah, because sometimes Google Earth catches shit, but Google doesn't give a crap about what they've caught in the picture. But somebody happens to be, just scanning through Google Earth and notices it, but Google doesn't really highlight it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's people out there that will literally just sit and look at Google Earth all day and try to find weird shit. But there's a few channels out there that are pretty big, and that's what they'll do. They'll find something that looks interesting, and then they'll drive out to it or they'll hike out to it if that's the only way to get to it. There was a one dude that found a plane. What was it, in like the fucking jungle of Brazil or some shit, and he hiked all the way out there with some guides and shit and found it.
In the jungle for Lord knows how long. Yeah, I seen that one.
Yeah, he actually had to hire guides to guide him out to it because it was so far out. It took him like a day and a half or some shit to hike out to it. And it was just a random ass like Learjet out in the middle of the woods just sitting there. No backstory. Nobody knows how the fuck it got there.
Right.
Well, I had to park it somewhere.
Because if I remember correctly, the plane didn't look like it was crashed or anything. It was just like somebody parked
Yeah,
it there.
it was parked
No,
there.
I didn't crash it. I just parked it up. It's the only place I could find I could park it without getting a fucking ticket.
Exactly, Dusty. And with people seeing the drone footage from Ukraine, that ain't helping your guys' argument neither.
You ain't lying. That really.
I think that's a bigger part of the issue than the letting on.
Well, like I said, the Chinese have been doing the same thing to the US for years at a far greater scale than we have as far as banning stuff. Like I said, they want us to buy and use all their products, but they don't want to use any of ours because they want total control over their population, right?
But
And
I said over a year
digitalization.
ago, well, way over a year ago, that the way drones are being used in Ukraine, changes will be coming. Big changes, because, the general public, the likes of you, me, Paul, we're not going to do anything stupid like that. The likes of terrorists will. Hence why you're going to see a lot of changes. They're even talking about it over here now.
It's not that the general population, it's the general population that aren't into drones see that footage and they're like, oh, fuck these things. And that's where you get the, like I said, 90% of the US population could give a shit less about drones. And you'd probably get 80% of them fucking supporting the ban on them. If they even realize there was a ban going on. I mean, most of the population probably doesn't even realize that because they're not paying attention to it. And since they don't have drones, they just, how things are. If you're not into something, you're not going to hear information about it because you're not paying attention to that shit.
Right.
So that's why I said you don't have a lot of support from the general public because they don't have drones. So they're not into it on a daily basis. So they don't hear about any of the drone news because they're not paying attention to it. And it's not like it's widely published anyway. I mean, the FAA doesn't put out a lot of, it's not like they're putting out millions of dollars worth of commercials and statements, right?
True.
When's the last time you seen an actual DJI commercial on TV or anything, right? Like they don't really have commercials and stuff like that. They'll have ads on like Facebook and stuff, but
I actually don't watch regular TV. I turn my TV on. I'm watching movies footage, YouTube, Netflix.
Roll on tomorrow.
I see the 20 on TV. I just was passing the channel and it brought to mind the movie is just starting that was made in 2017, Wonder Woman.
Hmm.
I thought that was a lot more time ago.
I watched the new Mad Max movie. Honestly, it was kind of crap. It
Yeah,
was boring.
compared to the first one.
I didn't like it.
The Fury Road,
The new one that just came out, yeah.
Furiosa or Fury Road? Was
Oh,
Mad
that was-
Max in it?
No,
Was
it was
Tom
the one
Hardy in
about it was the one about the females and she was trying to save the girl from,
Yes, that was probably one of the best Mad Max
I didn't like that one.
movies ever. It was basically Stagecoach in the apocalypse. I thought it was a very, very good continuation story. I think
Oh,
Fury Road was better than Thunderdome.
you know what movie came out that I had no idea they even made another sequel to was fucking Bad Boys.
It just came out.
I didn't even realize they were making another Bad Boys. I was like, holy shit. I was like,
I
love
told
the
you I
Bad Boys
was
movie.
on Paul Shannon the other day. I was going to go watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I remember you saying that, but I meant to say when you were talking about it the other day.
Yeah, I don't know. You watched
just-
it?
Yeah.
Was
Jonathan?
it good?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it slaps.
Oh, it slaps.
It does what?
It's not as how should I say action
I was
packed.
making a Will Smith joke.
Oh, okay.
It slaps.
It slaps.
It's not as action packed as the other ones are, but you got to realize shit, them boys are older now. They can't run around the way they used to.
Oh yeah, it's like if they redid a Lethal Weapon, Jesus Christ, it'd be
But
grandpas now.
Lethal Weapon 4 was already too far. Lethal Weapon 3 was too far.
What's his name that was old as shit already in the movies? Danny Glover.
No, he wasn't.
Danny
He wasn't that
Glover?
old.
Ah, yes,
Yeah,
he was.
he was in like his 60s when they did the fourth one, wasn't he? Early 60s, late 50s?
Okay, but that's not like ancient compared to
No, but I mean, there's like a certain. I would say
Tom
there's
Cruise
a,
is older than Danny Glover is, or Tom Cruise now is older than Danny Glover was then.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Compare now
I'm
and
just saying
then.
there's a certain age though where it almost becomes ridiculous you being an action star because it's like you're like when
But Tom Cruise
Sylvester
is still doing
Stallone
it.
like when Sylvester Stallone did the first Expendables movie, you could tell his age was getting to him. Because there was a couple scenes where he was running
Mhm.
and you could see he was having issues running. Like you could clearly tell from the way they shot the scene that he just wasn't what he was 20 years ago.
And that's how I seen Martin in Bad Boys too. Like, yeah, you over the hill for this. Will could still pull it off, but Martin's over the hill for that type of scene anymore. Or that all that type of action. But it was still good though.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
see it
he
though
was
because I love
Danny
him.
Glover was like
Love those
50
movies.
in Lethal Weapon 4.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he'd be way too old now to really do that.
Well,
Like
now.
if he played a role like in the movie where he was like the police chief or something and he wasn't really doing any action in the movie, he could still be in a movie that way. You know, if he
Now,
was
sure.
right, if like it was a newer movie and he was playing like, you know, if there was two younger stars that came in to play those roles and like maybe Danny Glover was playing the police chief in the movie and
Right, I see
overseeing
what you're
those two
saying.
new guys. Yeah, then
I've
that
seen,
Anybody
would
seen the
work.
new
I've seen a
Beverly
couple
Hills
of
Cop?
movies done like that too.
There's a new Beverly Hills Cop.
Yep.
Yeah, I ain't watched that yet. I don't know how that's gonna turn out.
It's Eddie Murphy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Who else
Judge
gonna do
Reinhold
it?
is also coming back in it.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Bronson Pinchot, the guy who played Surge.
Honestly, I haven't seen those movies in years. I'd have to go back and watch them.
What
I don't
about the
remember a
the
lot
two?
about them.
What about the two who played the cops, Donald? They
Yeah, Judge Reinhold is one of them. I think the other one is back as well. In fact, I think the guy who played the higher up dude, the captain, I think he's
The
back as
captain?
well.
okay.
I think a lot of them have come back.
I see a lot of times that's what makes a sequel good, man. When you bring back the actual, characters from the first one.
You know, what movie was really good was Blue Streak. You
Blue
remember
Streak was
that
good.
with what's his name from Bad Boys? Not Will
A
Smith, the other one.
dose of public life is better than thunder.
That was the one where he was the jewel thief and then he pretends to be the cop. Yeah, that movie was funny as shit.
That was pretty good. Martin
Yeah.
Lawrence, you said?
Yeah, Martin Lawrence. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was pretending to be. He had his buddy write up all
Yeah.
that fake shit about him being a cop, and he goes through the whole
Yeah.
movie. And he keeps getting promoted.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we do it. Yeah.
All the
He goes
while
in the-
he's trying to get to the money.
Yeah, he goes in there just as trying to be a standard detective, ends up getting lead detective job.
Okay. Wake
Arnold
up, wake up.
Schwarzenegger. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was never really a big Arnold Schwarzenegger fan.
Either was I, 'cause it's
I don't
new.
know. Terminator movies, I was never really into those. They were okay.
T2 was it. It was good.
Like all the ones that they've made in the last I don't know what 15 years, the 2 or 3 that they've made, they just didn't seem to really catch on like the originals did. Like they just didn't seem to have that same draw to the audiences. Yeah, he's really aged. I don't think he ain't doing much of anything anymore. He did that one
Arnold?
show. Wasn't he doing a show on Netflix or something recently?
I thought he was the mayor or governor of one of y'all states. Was it Florida?
Oh, hell
California,
no.
California a while back.
California. Excuse me,
Yeah, that was
California.
like 20 years ago. That was like
Yeah.
early 2000s, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he only did one term. He was absolute dog shit. He didn't really do anything better in
I
California.
found that to be crazy. Like, wait a minute. How do you take somebody who plays a role
The thing is he
and
ran
put
as
him?
Jonathan, he ran as Republican, but his entire family he was married into were the Kennedys. They were all Democrats.
Mhm.
So
Clint
he didn't
Eastwood
re-
did that.
I don't think he ever really, and from what I can remember, because I was only a teenager at the time, he didn't really do a whole lot for California. It didn't really help it at all. He actually ended up not being that great of a governor, to be honest with you.
Mark, your mic is glitching or something. You was trying to say something, didn't I?
Mark,
I said
you
Clint
see them
Eastwood,
notes?
didn't he?
Yeah. Mark, you see them notes behind that you've got in your background?
Mm,
You know they're fake, don't you?
hey,
They're all fake. All three of them are fake.
it was just a photograph on what's it on
Yeah.
Facebook.
Yeah, do I know why they're fake? Because this is the
Mhm.
real one.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Mm.
What were you saying now, Mark? You broke up again when you were saying and whatever you were saying a minute ago.
I said Clint Eastwood was the governor as well, wasn't he?
Was it?
No.
No, not that I know of.
I
Was he?
never,
No.
no.
I thought he went into it.
The only actors that
He
I
might have been a
know,
mayor.
Clint
the only
Eastwood?
actors, the only two actors I know that went into politics was what? Ronald Reagan, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It sounds familiar that Clint Eastwood was mayor of Palm Springs or something, but I could be wrong.
I can't imagine.
I guess we can look it up. We're
I
all
can't
sitting on a
imagine
you could.
friggin' computer.
Yeah, but I can't
Oh, can
imagine
you do
Clint
that these
Eastwood.
days?
Yeah.
You can look
I can't
things up
imagine
these
Clint Eastwood being in politics. You feeling lucky, punk? Can you
Sitting
see
up
him
on the-
saying that at a NATO meeting?
Sitting up on the city
Carmel by the
council.
Sea. He was a mayor of Carmel by the Sea. I don't know where that is.
Was that after he was famous
In
or before
Florida,
he
isn't it,
really became
Carmel?
famous?
No, it was after.
Oh, probably a town he had like a mansion in or
That was
something.
in like '86.
Yeah, it was probably a little, I'm assuming it was probably a little town that probably had a bunch of rich people living in it.
I
Probably
thought
get away
Carmel.
from movie stars.
Thought Carmel was in Florida.
Might be. I don't know.
It's a little warm
Nope,
today,
California.
Jody.
California.
It is, let's see, in Florida right now where I'm at, it is 89, feels like 102 with 73% humidity.
Does anyone have any masking tape?
Okay, so it's up north, not quite to San Francisco, but
Uh,
where's I at?
What are we at?
We're gonna get 95.
19.
Boy, oh boy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, the only two movie stars I know that got really big in politics was Arnold Schwarzenegger and
Well, obviously Reagan.
Ronald
Yeah.
Reagan. I don't know anybody else that I can think of.
Rain. Okay. Oh my
Kanye
Jesus.
West. Well, Kanye West tried running for president, but that didn't help. That didn't work. I love when Family Guy made fun of him. Like Kanye's the greatest. Kanye's the best.
That was the biggest joke I've ever heard right now.
He actually got like, what was it? Like, I think like over 1 million votes or something. He actually did get people voting for him though. It wasn't enough, not even close to win, but he did get quite a
He
few
dropped out.
votes.
He dropped out. He dropped out
Hey,
of
Jody.
the he dropped out of the race.
Michael,
Pretty
Dusty,
sure he was still on the ballot though.
Mike,
Yeah, he dropped out of the race. They
Randy.
put it this way, it was in his best interest.
Let's see. Oh, he only collected, he only got 60,000 votes. out of
JD. and-
estimated 160 million people voting. That's pretty bad. Yeah, he wasn't even close to what I thought he got. Yeah, 60,000 votes. That's like one city. It's a small city.
New York, New York, New Jersey, Delaware. That's probably right about it. Probably where them votes came from.
I don't know, dude. Kanye just got really weird over the last few years. Like, like I don't know. He just seemed kind of all over the place.
Kanye been weird.
Well, I mean, look at the name. Name.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure Matt is one of his kids because of the Northeast last name. Pretty sure he's one of Kanye's kids. I literally asked Matt, I said, is Northeast really your last name? He goes, yeah. I said, what the fuck kind of name is that? I said, what I bet happened was like his family came over on a boat to Australia.
I remember
And
that.
like, yeah.
I remember
And
that conversation.
like they asked him what his name was, and he probably was like trying to hide the identity, and he was like, I'm Northeast. He was looking at the compass when he said it, when he came up with the last name. And that's how Matt got his last name. It's from his great-great-grandpa.
What's your
Lying
name?
on
Where
the
you
boat.
from? Northeast.
Because that's what Kanye did. He named all his kids fucking directions. He was looking at a fucking compass when he was deciding their names. He's like, I'll name you South Southwest.
That's crazy.
Well, it's only like, what's it? David Beckham naming his kids after where they were conceived.
So he called him like bathroom sink or something?
No, he called them next
Brooklyn.
door as postman's van.
I'll call you orthopedic bed.
Look, you
No,
got
he's-
people naming their
he's-
children after alcohol and cars and
I'll call
his
you Phil.
daughter's called Brooklyn.
Be like, I'll call you failed condom.
I ain't gonna call you substitute after I should have been substituted fucking earlier.
That was like when Jason was talking about that. He did this video like a week ago about how this kid, he was playing with this 20-year-old on Fortnite, and the kid asked him, as a 51-year-old or whatever, what would you tell me would be a smart way to start my life
Yeah,
out or
that's
something like
true,
that?
Michael. Glenda Jackson did.
I told him, I said, I would have told him to always pull out. Jason went on this like whole profound, like, oh, I should have told him this. I said, an easy solution, just tell him to always pull out. Save a lot of money.
Mm.
Glendale Jackson. Who the hell's that? I don't know who that. Glenda Jackson? Who's that?
Linda Jackson became a politician. I think she's a singer, if I'm correct.
No, Glenda Jackson was an
Really?
actress.
She was an
I
actress.
don't know.
Yeah. British actress.
Became a politician and MP. An MP.
Yeah, not military policeman, member of parliament.
Yeah, that was my first thought. What does it mean? What does it stand for?
Mighty
Member
pricks.
of parliament.
I thought it was mighty pricks.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I said, hey, both of y'all said two different things at the same time. I didn't catch it.
Member of parliament.
Member of Parliament.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, I guess similar to your Senate.
No,
I don't
Probably
know.
closer to Congress. I would say that's probably more.
it's the top
Closer
level.
Maybe
to Congress.
Congress, yeah.
Yeah, it's the top level of American government.
You
Whatever
said
that-
member of Parliament. I started thinking about the songs that they made back
Yeah.
in.
Yeah,
know what I'm
Parliament's
talking
more
about, Jeff?
closer to the Congress.
It stands for mega purchase on the taxpayer's expense.
Mm, I like that explanation. Excuse me, description. I like that description.
So what did you put on the taxpayer's expense? One of them put 30 pence on taxpayer's expense to go down the road in a taxi. So he claimed. But there's not a hope in hell's chance because the moment you get in a taxi, it's £3.50.
Is that about 250 just to get in?
Dude, taxis are ridiculously expensive, dude. See, and that's why Uber did so well over here because, like, if you called a taxi, they would have like a minimum amount of miles you had to be going before they'd come pick you up, or they would charge you for that.
They
Where Uber,
charge to come get you. Be
but I'm
like
saying
$253 started on the meter before you even pull
but
up.
they wouldn't come get you unless you were going a minimum amount of miles, right? Where
Not
Uber,
over
you
here.
can call them up and they'll come pick you up to take you a mile down the road. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, we don't have that problem over here. You call a taxi and freaking three or four turn up. And the same company. They're all
And
racing
in
for
some
jobs.
places, you're not allowed to leave. Like I think in Vegas, you can't legally flag down a taxi. You actually have to call them. They're not actually allowed to stop for people on the side of the road.
Yeah,
They,
dang.
It's
they have to
same
be
over here.
dispatched.
You can flag down a Hackney carriage, and you have to look on the town's website to know what colour they are, because most of them are black. But here in Basildon, they're orange and white. Then you can flag down. But any other taxi, you've got to call them.
Yeah,
Or
in
book it
Vegas,
through
you
an
have
app.
to call them and they have to be dispatched. Now, not to say that a taxi probably wouldn't be parked, and if you ask them for a ride, they'd probably let you, but technically
Yeah.
you're supposed to call them. They're supposed to be dispatched to you before they pick you up.
Yeah. When we lived in Blackpool, taxis used to go up and down the seafront and pulling up at bus stops, and they go, "If you all get in, give us the bus fare to where you're going. I'll drop you off." He'd make more money that way than he would actually doing a proper job.
You ever watch that documentary on the New York taxis and how much it costs for those fucking licenses and those little bronze plates they have put on your car?
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
Is
oh
it
my
real?
God,
Right.
dude, people were paying like $500,000 for one license.
Yeah.
I was
And
like,
the serious
Jesus.
question: are there really that many taxis on New York's roads?
Yes.
Oh yeah, shit tons.
Yes.
How do they make a living?
Well, New York is a big city that is
It's busy.
constantly moving 24/7. Like there is no shutdown point to New York.
Yeah, the same over here, but
Yeah,
you don't have that many
Yeah,
taxis.
but you have such a high concentration of people in such a small area. It might look like it's oversaturated with taxis, but there's plenty of work.
put it this
Plus,
way:
there's only so
there's more people outside moving around in the streets of New York after 6 p.m. than it is from 9 to 5.
yeah, but the thing is too is there's only so many licenses that New York actually gives out for taxis, and that's why they're so expensive. Some people were paying $500,000 to $1 million for one license for one car. Like that's how ridiculous
on that?
those. Do what?
How do you bloody make a profit on that?
Well, you gotta think how much they charge up there, right? The cost of living in New York's fucking insane, dude. Like
Yeah,
one
it's
little
crazy.
1-bedroom apartment, dude, would cost you like probably what, 4,
Well,
6 grand a month? Just for a little 1-bedroom apartment?
Ooh.
That's why I used to laugh when people.
Something up there.
That's why I laugh when I used to work at Walmart and I hear these people, oh man, I'm gonna move to New York. Cashiers at Walmart up there are making like 25 an hour. So you realize that's like making $5 an hour here. Yeah, go ahead. See if you have a bunch of excess money after you get that job.
Okay.
When you realize that a 1-bedroom apartment's gonna take, a third of your fucking money.
More than that.
Third.
Or 3/4, I mean, 3/4 of your money. Yeah, $25 an hour to live in New York City ain't shit, dude. That's like chump change. That's like making $10 an hour here. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
pay the
a
bills.
pack of cigarettes in New York is $20, $21.
That's why you go to that's why you always go to the reservations up in New York. Because they don't have to pay taxes or anything on their cigarettes. You can get a carton of cigarettes at the reservation for like 15, 20 bucks. We used to go up there back when I lived in Buffalo. Dude, a carton of cigarettes back then, I think were about 50 bucks. I could go to the reservation and get 2 cartons of cigarettes for $25. They had one, it was one, or they were
How many's in a
$15,
carton?
12 packs. Or 10 packs, 10 packs.
10
think it
packs
was
of
10.
how many? 10
Yeah,
packs
10
of
packs
20.
of 20.
Because
Ten
America's
bags,
going to
30
get
cigarettes
20,
each
isn't it?
pack.
Yeah, but the reservation, it was $15 a carton, or you could do 2 for 25. So we'd always do the 2 for 25 because it would save you $5. So
What are they over here now, Mark? Is it about, it's about 18 quid in it for one packet? It was a pack of 20.
and their cigarettes were on par with Marlboro. Like they were good cigarettes. They weren't like nasty, like cheap. You know, they didn't taste like cheap ass cigarettes.
Oh, because they were
If you
imported.
No, the ones from the
Oh.
reservations, if you smoked them, you would think you were smoking a Marlboro. Like they weren't cheap, nasty cigarettes. But yeah, you could buy 1 for 15, or you could get 2 for 25 on a deal that they had. And then they had a deal like if you bought 4 cartons, I think you could get like 40. I think you could get 4 for 40 or something like that.
Where's my dinner?
I'll make it after I've eaten.
Oh.
You don't know
But
me.
back when I was like 18, 19 living there, right? I used to go to I get all these kids that were like 16, 17 that wanted cigarettes. They used to come to me every day asking me to buy them cigarettes. And then I'd go down to the gas station and get the buy one, get one packs. And I'd keep the free pack. And then the agreement was is if I went and got them a pack of cigarettes, they had to give me 5 out of the pack for getting them. And so I ended up with a pack plus 5. And then they ended up paying for them.
Okay.
Oh, it was a racket, dude. I used to get 3 or 4 kids every day coming to me wanting me to buy cigarettes for them.
And that was like last month.
Oh, hell no, I wouldn't do that nowadays. That was back when I was like 18, 19 though. I didn't give a shit at that time. Plus, you know, I was living with 2 other roommates in a 2-bedroom apartment. We
I
were all
get it.
working at McDonald's. We didn't have a lot of disposable income, so
I get it. You were
it
18,
was
19,
free cigarettes, you know?
and you had an easy access to the 14-year-olds because you were in junior high school with them. I get it.
No, I'm just saying 3 of us were living
Justin,
in a
it's okay that
2-bedroom
you were held
apartment.
back. None of us are
No,
judging you.
no.
None of us judge you for being held back, Justin.
I didn't say nothing about being held back. I didn't disagree with you on that. I'm just saying, like, there was 3 of us working at McDonald's in a 2-bedroom apartment in New York and Buffalo. That wasn't cheap. So we didn't have a lot. All our money went to rent and fucking utilities.
Now,
We didn't have
when you
any
worked at
extra money.
McDonald's, were you ever tempted to put your penis in the pickle slicer?
I just the tip a couple times, but I didn't actually slice.
When I worked at McDonald's, I put my penis in the pickle slicer. We both got fired.
We both? We mean we both.
The pickle
Well,
slicer and me.
Slicer. That was the shift manager. That was his nickname for her.
The pickle slicer, the woman that sliced the pickles.
No, that's just what her nickname was since she got around at McDonald's.
Ah, okay.
At a certain point, you just gotta let a joke die because
It
explaining it doesn't improve it.
Yeah, it hit the
I
wall.
tried to help it.
I've never heard the term before. I'm sorry.
Gherkin slicer.
Gherkin slicer.
To be fair, the pickle slicer was cute.
Yeah, but the gherkins were better.
$95. It's gonna be hot on today.
Mark, is it warm where you are? 'Cause it's fucking warm here.
How hot is it?
Don't know, about 26.
26.
Yeah, but I don't know if I should class our house as well built or badly
That's
built.
only
because
that's
we
only
get the
78
sun.
degrees. That ain't shit.
Yeah, but we
That's
get the
nice weather.
sun, right? From the first moment it comes up, and because of the way the property's laid, we get the sun all the way till it goes down, so it's beating through all the windows.
That's
Mm.
cute that he calls a street light the sun. It is the UK.
So we've got clear blue sky here.
They have to put UV lights in their house just to get their daily dose of sun rays.
It's absolutely glorious.
They all have a vitamin D deficiency in the UK because the sun's never out.
I live in the sunniest part of the UK. I live in Essex.
Oh, so you get like 2-3 days of sun a year. Nice.
We don't get that much rain. We're actually on the verge of a water ban, a water horsepipe ban again.
Oh, because you guys are in like a little mini drought.
Not really. We've had a bit of rain. It's just that we don't get it as heavy as we used to.
Yeah, I've noticed that in our area too, the rain has not been as prevalent this year
No,
as
but
it
yet
was the last
you
few
keep
years.
hearing about all these other countries getting flooded. It's like, well, bottle it up and send it over.
California needs rain. I mean, California needs not a lot of rain at once, but they need a good gradual rain for at least a year or two to try to get out of their drought. Because obviously, if you get too much rain at once in a place that's been droughted really bad for a long time, it's not good because then you get mudslides and all kinds of other shit. So it doesn't really help you.
I wanna say we only got 2 weeks of April showers.
This year has
You
been
guys get April showers? I thought that was just a UK thing.
this past summer and this so far into the little bit of this summer, we haven't really had a lot of rain like the years before that, dude. It used to be every day we were getting rain. But our area hasn't gotten much rain at all. I think it's only rained here probably maybe 4 times in the past month or so. It used to be an everyday thing, and it was like clockwork too. Between like 2 p.m. and like 4 p.m. as the storms would always come in the same time every day.
I'll never forget when our Prime Minister said, I know the north of England's getting a lot of rain, but it's the wrong type of rain. Wait, what?
Let's see here.
You're right there, Paul.
Yeah.
Looks like
What
you're
do
in
you
a
guys
day.
think? You had enough fun for today so far?
We're supposed to get some rain about 2:33.
It's just getting started, Paul.
Ah. Well, David, are you going to go live with the road show or what?
No, we've got the kids.
Oh, who's there?
The shits.
Yeah, you didn't hear them earlier?
No,
2 younger ones.
they're here. They're here to be with their great uncle.
No,
David.
they're here because one of them was being a little shit and his mum wanted rid.
Well, it's nice of family to spread the shit around.
Yeah.
You don't want to keep all the shit to yourself.
Yeah, but they don't spread it around, do they? They just dump it on us.
Yeah, well, it worked.
all right, because for next week, 6 weeks, no kids, because I'm having my biopsy and I'm not allowed to do any strenuous exercise for 6 weeks.
Well, I can't wait till Monday. I get rid of 2 of them, and then Wednesday, the third one will be gone.
Oh, it's this week, is it? I thought it might have been on the 20th.
No, I thought it was the 21st, but I had the dates wrong.
All right.
So
Yeah,
it was, yeah.
'Cause the
So
other
it'd be
day
the
they were all wondering where you were when you went on polls in the morning or the evening.
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah,
like,
I was just because
yeah.
I didn't sleep very well that night, and I ended up
Yeah.
finally
I-
falling asleep at like fucking 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I didn't
Well, I
wake
said
up till
to
noon.
Paul, I went, I think he got rid of the kids today. So while the kids are away, the parents will play.
There you go.
Damn right.
And then there's more
Nah.
passes of tiny feet.
Oh, fuck that. Like I said, I already gave my advice today for people always pull out.
It's not always that simple.
Hey, Donald, how are you making out with you and Dre going to start another business there on the East Coast, Middle America?
I was gonna say I ain't on the East Coast.
What business? What are you talking about?
Well, Dre was and Donald.
Dre
was
is
talking-
busy trying to build his business out west. He ain't got time to teach me no ropes and get me going here. And I ain't got the cash to start up anything like that here.
Well,
Uh,
see, and that's what I've told, like when TJ was talking about getting his 107 and doing professional work. I
Mhm.
said, you realize, TJ, that you got to think about, dude, you're going to end up having to put up like at least 5 or 6 grand to get a couple decent drones. I was like, because what you have isn't going to cut it.
Now, to do mapping work, you're going to be probably, to do decent mapping work, set yourself above everybody else, even a little bit here, you're looking at 10,000.
That's what I told him. I was like, dude, you're going to have to, I was like, the amount of money you're going to have to fork out just to get a good set of high-end drones for professional work. I was like, because what you have isn't what they're going to want, and it's not going to be able to do what you need to do. I was like, so you got to make sure you factor that in before you go, you know, if you're just getting the 107 for the fact that you want to do professional work, you got to put that all, you got to factor all that in, because that's where all the big cost comes. 107 ain't nothing. That's a drop in the bucket as far as money's concerned. But yeah, if you're going to do professional work, you're talking about, like Dre says, you know, he goes to certain job sites, they have a list of drones and the minimum specs on certain drones.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Phantom 4s, Mavic 3s, they want the expensive shit.
Yeah, and he's hooked up with like Drone Deploy and
Yeah, and
somebody
all
else,
his
isn't he?
are RTK, and he's got
Yeah.
RTK modules and all that shit. Yeah, it's shit's not
But
cheap.
doesn't he do like subcontracting for some other places?
Yeah, he did like an Amazon warehouse once, and yeah.
Well, yeah,
he's
but
done
not for them, but not under
himself.
not under his own name. I thought he was subcontracting for like a larger drone company.
Not that I'm aware of, no, because he was
Occasionally.
talking to you.
Because he was
I don't
talking
know,
about
he might.
being
know.
certified and stuff, and that I want to say it was like Drone Deploy or somebody. They had certain things that they wanted to that
I don't
made
know.
him more valuable to them. So if they had a job that was near him, they would give him a call.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he was, but I don't remember him saying that. But you're probably.
I mean, I know he's
right.
got his own thing too, but I thought he was also doing some subcontracting
But like
for
I said, like
another drone place.
But like I told TJ, I'm saying, dude, you're talking about like, you know, like how he went and got that M30, you know, that thing was fucking expensive. You're talking 16 grand he paid for that drone.
Yep.
You know, that shit ain't cheap, dude. Like if you want a good fleet of drones for doing professional work, dude, like a
Shit.
fleet, you could be talking up towards the $20,000-$30,000 for
Easy.
you know, a decent little fleet.
Yeah,
Although
but
that
you know,
doesn't,
you don't have to start out with driving a Mercedes Benz. You can do it with a Cadillac. You know.
not in a
Right.
drone.
The thing
Well, it
of it
depends
is-
on what you're doing.
Here's what Dre told him. You weren't there. Dre told him that for $10,000 he could be up and running a business and making money.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
still 10 grand. TJ
Well,
don't have.
no. That he said that would get me the equipment. That would get me the drone, the RTK. That's not getting up and running with a business. You also have to know the business. I don't know the business. That he came from that side of things. He's been on job sites. He knows that business. He knows those people. So to get into doing that, to build a business, I mean, it takes a lot more than just buying the equipment.
Well, yeah, but it also takes somebody that has a personality like you do. You're not afraid to go out and rattle whatever cage you got to rattle. Other people would be sitting there going, "Oh, nobody's calling, nobody's calling, nobody's calling."
I'm intimidated to go in some places.
I can't imagine where that would be.
I hate
Police department?
making cold calls. I cannot stand cold calls. Once I've got that little handshake, I'm good. But I do not like cold calls.
Or the police department because of his warrants.
So what Justin's talking about is your background check.
I mean, Donald did 10 years in the state pen. He's got the teardrop. He's just got makeup on for the camera. No, but like, and that's the thing too, is like TJ didn't factor all that in. Plus you got to factor in insurance. And then some of those apps that Dre uses, that's a monthly payment there too.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a one-time buy. You have to pay monthly services for those.
Yep.
And that shit ain't cheap.
And that's one thing I was thinking about doing, but virtual tours, and I know people are still doing virtual tours and stuff for real estate, but the sales that are being generated from virtual tours, according to market, is dropping like crazy, and so they are not actually wanting to invest as much. That market is dying.
You want Tyson? And you come to sit on my lap.
I think it's dying. It, according to the research I've done,
Like, what's the reasoning? Why would it be dying though? That seems like
because it was really going up because COVID, and people were also wanting to buy houses and move out of the cities and stuff. But that exodus is kind of cooling off a little bit, and
That
so they're
makes
not
sense,
having to
though,
do
yeah.
virtual tours.
Yeah, because more people were buying houses without actually seeing them in person. They were,
Right.
yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't think about the whole COVID thing. Yeah, that kind of fucked a lot of things.
And that drove up those virtual tours. That business was booming for just a little bit.
Yeah, because
But
COVID actually kind of boosted some businesses to the point where it was like the golden era for those businesses. But now that it's not really a thing
Mhm.
anymore, yeah, that's kind of killed some of them. Yeah, that makes sense though.
Well, guys,
I mean, it was just like,
I think I can leave you go if you want to, Justin. I'm gonna go catch a ship.
okay,
It's up to you. If you want to just continue on, you
you
and
can go
Donald.
catch your ship. You're fine.
Okay.
But
You're the host.
But that was like Uber Eats and all them too. Like they're the height of their big money making with a lot of drivers and stuff was definitely during COVID, and now it's kind of plateaued a little bit. Yeah, if you were a fucking Uber driver or a Uber Eats driver or any of those guys during COVID, oh man, they were making shit tons of money. I wouldn't say so much, probably not here because we didn't really have a whole bunch of lockdowns, but in like the cities, like in states where they were really strict. Oh yeah, I bet they made shit tons of money. And I'd give it to those guys like Dre and stuff. You know, you think about it, like a lot of when those guys started doing that kind of professional work, there wasn't really anybody to learn off of. You
Mm-hmm.
kind of had to go out and learn yourself, right? Nowadays, you know, there's a little bit more information out there. People have put videos out on how to do things, and you know, now there's a lot more experienced people out there that you can go fly with and kind of apprentice under and learn, you know, but back when like a lot of these guys started 5, 6 years ago, there wasn't anybody to learn from. You pretty much had to go out there and figure it out. Just like FPV, you know, back when like Mike and them all started in FPV, there wasn't a bunch of videos out there that showed you how to use beta flight and all this other shit. They had to learn all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't a bunch of videos on YouTube to tell you how to do it.
That's the thing. I wish I could take time off and, you know, go basically apprentice under somebody.
Yeah, like if you were able to fly out and like go out to Dre's for a month
Yeah,
or two and
and
learn
hey,
from them, yeah.
Yeah, learn. Hey, tell me about this. Let me learn about RTK. Let me learn about this. Let me actually do some of it.
Oh man, a good person too to apprentice under too also would be Daryl, man. He knows his shit too. He'd be another good one if you were able to. He
But-
does it more full time than Dre does too.
Yeah,
That's a problem is Dre's not full time in it neither. You know,
Right.
he still has a city job and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he said once he retires from there, then that's when he's gonna kind of dive into it more full time. That'll be kind of his retirement job that he can kind of come and go as he wants.
Yeah, and Daryl's working for
A
a
drone
company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he's full time. Like none of the drones that he flies are his neither, so he doesn't have
right.
to worry
But
about
he's
that.
also on the road like a trucker.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's why he was trying to get that job with DJI in California, but they wanted him to move to California, and him and his wife were just not feeling that. Like they just did not want to move there. I said, I don't blame you, dude. You can pay fucking, you know, you might get this big old raise for them hiring you, but then you're gonna end up giving 40% of it back to the damn state. Because the state taxes in California are fucking stupid. You know, I was like, you'll get thrown in such a high tax bracket, you won't fucking actually be making anything. That was like David was telling us one time, AZ. He said one time he got like a, what was it, a $10,000 or $20,000 raise one year when he got promoted or whatever. And he
Mhm.
said because he got thrown in such a high tax bracket, he said by the time they took all the taxes, I was making less than before I got that. I was like, Jesus. Because then he took even more taxes out, and then he said he felt like he was making less than what he was making before he got that raise. It's like people when I worked at Walmart, everybody used to go in and switch their tax information whenever we get bonuses. And then they wouldn't lose a bunch of their bonus money, and then they'd go back in and change it after.
And they owe it later.
Yeah. Honestly, I think bonuses from companies shouldn't be taxed.
Why?
Shouldn't lie. Because I don't know, just
I don't think anything should be taxed, but I want to know your reasoning why one source of income should be taxed and
Because
another
it's a-
shouldn't.
I think because that's a bonus for an employee's hard work.
Okay, and
Just like I think that they
that's
should
you
be
get paid
taxed,
for your hard work.
but
That's
I
what a
don't think
paycheck
that,
is.
yes, but I don't think, just like overtime, I don't think it should be taxed unless it's past a certain amount. Because a
Why?
lot of times you can get 10 hours of overtime, but you won't end up seeing it because they'll take a majority of it in taxes. And then you really don't get
That's
a
called a
huge
paycheck.
paycheck. Right, but I think like they should have a limit, like your first 10 hours of overtime or 5 hours should be tax free, and then anything after that, they can hit you with taxes. Because sometimes you'll work an extra 5 hours and you won't end up seeing most of it. So I think that's just to be fair to the everyday man, I guess. give them a little bit better of a leg up. I don't know.
Well, wouldn't it be better just to eliminate payroll tax completely?
Well, I mean, technically, I guess I don't know from a federal standpoint, but it has worked. I mean, there are states that don't charge you payroll tax, and it works for them. I mean, Florida's one of them. We don't pay any taxes.
Right. Payroll tax, is that your what we call national insurance?
Well, it's what you pay out of your paycheck every 2 weeks or every week.
Yeah,
or
it's your
month,
it's
whatever.
your income
Yeah,
tax.
Yeah, we have two. We have income tax and national insurance. National insurance is supposed to go to the NHS, but doesn't.
Social Security
And your-
is what we would have then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then our income tax goes to the government.
Well, we have
But-
two different income taxes in
You
some
have to
states.
earn, I think you have to earn 12,500 now to pay any income tax.
But we have two different taxes that you would pay. You pay your federal tax, and then some states have a state tax, and some don't have state taxes. Like Florida, we don't have to pay state taxes out of our paycheck. So that means we don't have to file for state taxes at the end of the year. Where
So
people
who
in
pays for the state then? How do you pay for the state?
it comes out of your paycheck.
No, but if you don't have a state tax, who pays for the running of the state?
Oh,
Well,
sales tax.
They make money off of sales tax, tourism
And-
taxes.
And Florida gets a lot of tourism, so getting rid of their state income tax and changing it over to a sales tax is a tax on visitors, which
Well, over here, yeah.
Plus
sales
property
tax,
taxes
VAT and
also.
stuff, that goes straight to the government.
Mhm.
Well, property taxes
and property
also
taxes,
pay,
yes.
also pay for a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
Well, your property tax is our council tax.
Right.
So it pays for your refuge, street cleaning, stuff like that.
But by getting rid of the state tax, it kind of eases a burden on your residents, and then they can kind of make that up by, adding a little tourism tax, a little, 2 or 3% tourism tax that gets
I think
added
you should
on
just
whenever
scrap all
somebody
taxes
rents a
altogether.
hotel or.
And tell the government to work harder to make more money.
Well, they'll do a little bit of a tax that they'll add on, like if somebody buys a ticket to Disney World or somebody rents a hotel, or buys something in a gift shop, they'll have a little tourism taxes. It's not enough to where the person buying the item or whatever won't really notice it, but that can add equate to billions of dollars a year
Yeah,
for
but
the state when it adds up.
So say you went to Disney World because you live in Florida,
Right.
would you still have to pay that tax?
Normally, no, because some of the theme parks, if you show your Florida ID, they'll give you deals on it, and so you fall into a different bracket.
Yeah,
Right.
but any other like general income tax or not income tax, any general sales tax, they would be paying.
Right. So if I go to the store and buy something, I'm gonna pay a sales tax on it. But we've also done programs down here now where now the state government wants to not tax certain everyday items and school supplies. So instead of doing the tax-free week that we do once a year, they want to make like all school supplies tax-free forever.
Yeah,
So
I
we
think
won't
that's-
ever
I think
tax
that
on
should be-
those.
We don't tax
And then,
anything for children. So anything for anything under 16s. So clothes wise, up to a certain size is not taxed.
well, and then some everyday items the state wants to make tax-free that would be like, basic necessities, everyday items that families would need.
Yeah,
Like
'cause
toilet
mo-
paper, dish soap, stuff like that. There's certain things that they want to make tax-free.
Yeah,
But
you'll be
the big
surprised-
thing is the school stuff. They want to make that tax-free year round.
Well, you'll be surprised how many times Laura goes into Sports Direct or JD Sports and goes straight to the kids section for the shoes because she's going to save 25% just because her shoe size just falls into the child size.
She gets a little light up shoe, a little lights on them. He's got a little Dora the Explorer
It
shoes.
does but it does make you laugh. She'll go in there and get her Adidas shoes from the kids section, and you see the adults. Well, Laura's an adult, but you see the others buying exact same shoe, the exact same size in the adult section, and they're paying 25% more.
And I'm assuming that the size is probably the same, but it's just probably marketed different. Like over here, children's sizes, like say a size shoe could be the same size as a woman's shoe, but technically the sizes are marketed different. It might say 2T where the woman's might say size 10 or something like that, you know?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, people don't think about that. That's where Tim and Dusty get their t-shirts from, because that's the only place you can get an extra medium t-shirt. I know Dusty buys all his stuff in the kids section. That's why you see him with Ninja Turtle underwear and yeah.
Be right back. I can hear a fire engine.
But I mean, Florida seems to be doing it right with their budget though, because I mean, we've gotten our debt down by like 60%, I think it was. The state debt is almost 60% gone now. And we're in the green. Like Florida actually has quite a few $billion saved up in excessive funds for emergencies or, you know, anything that they have to pay for really quickly. They have tons of extra money that they can use if necessary. I'll
But
say one thing,
you're a
DeSantis is,
tourism
Right,
rich
but
state. So
but DeSantis has done good with the budget though, as far as, like I said, over the last 5 years, he's gotten our state debt down by like 60%.
hell, I could do great with my household budget if the neighbors were visiting my house and dropping $50 every night.
No, but like I said, I give it to him though, because like I said, he's gotten the state debt down quite significantly, which is good. So, where, you know, a lot of other states like California, they're just going more and more in debt every year. And that's the thing, is they're so heavily taxed, they still can't get their debt under control. Which is so weird, right? Like the amount of taxes that people pay out of their checks in California and their population size, and yet they can't get their debt under control. It's wild, the difference in the way people run stuff. But everything's so heavily regulated there too, you know. Here, if you want to get a road built, they can have it up and going within a couple weeks and start the project. Where in California, they'd have to jump through hoops and red tape for 2 years before they could even get it to a committee to approve it, right?
Well, how are you going to start a project if you don't know who you're going to be paying off?
True that. You got to get all that lined up first.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that the state debt is reducing, but what about all the people in the state's personal debt?
Well,
Because
that's
all you're
personal
doing
debt.
is putting them more in debt by taxing them more.
No, we're not being taxed more. They just have done good at balancing the budget. We don't get taxed.
You get sales tax.
Yeah, but that doesn't go up. That hasn't gone up, and if that goes up, usually it's like about 0.5% or 1% at a time. And that's only every few years. That's nothing that you notice when you really notice when you're going to the store. You know, you might go to the store and pay, say, $5 and say the tax is 5 cents, but in a 3-year period, they might raise it and you might be paying 6 cents. It's not really going to hit your wallet to where you're really noticing it. You know what I'm saying? But that little percentage hike can, like I said, can add equate to billions of extra dollars when it adds up. But our state has also cut all the road tolls in half for Florida residents. So if you're a Florida resident, the tolls have now been sliced
Oh
in
my
half.
God, yeah, going down to friggin' where Disney. Well, no, we went to SeaWorld and but still driving down there every friggin' toll road, toll road, toll road.
Oh yeah,
You know,
you got to do the
like
avoid toll roads if you don't want to.
we've only really got one toll road,
But like
and
anywhere where like if it was $1.50, now residents only have to pay 75 cents. Some of them are only 50 cents to go through or $1 to go through. So
well, most people don't use the English toll road because it's just the M6 motorway has the M6 toll road that runs pretty much alongside it and is not as busy because most people don't use it because it costs something like £7.50 to go along it.
but if you come to Florida and you look at the difference in quality of like I-4 is a non-toll road. It's a non-highway like freeway that's not toll. And then you look at one of the toll roads and the difference in quality of how well maintained they are, and the toll roads are never backed up. Where I-4 is consistently just a fucking parking lot, and it's not as well maintained as the toll roads. The toll roads are very nice and clean. Granted that, but that's what you're paying for, right? You're kind of paying for a premium, what I would say a premium product, because you're not getting stopped, you're not getting stuck in traffic jams, and the roads are very well maintained. You don't have a bunch of potholes, and they're very smooth and clean, but they're not
Well,
overly expensive neither. I mean, I can go 20 miles down a toll road and maybe pay $5. I mean, it's not that bad.
I mean, in our case, what they did was they created the road tax, which they put on every vehicle that goes on the road. So you're pretty much your standard car that's of any age, like you're talking £325 a year just to tax it. And
The only
that money is supposed to go towards the maintenance of the roads.
the only taxes that I really hate when I see states put them on people are environmental taxes, because you don't ever actually see any. You don't really ever see anything from that. Like you don't see them doing any like big projects that are supposed to be helping the environment. So, but they'll,
Yeah, the only environmental taxes that we get are like congestion charges and stuff like that in city centres, where they charge you to take
oh,
vehicles
these
into
little
the
kitty
city
kitty.
centre.
I
Oh,
hate to interrupt. I hate to interrupt and let you guys. This poor cat. It's tragic. She's in here biting me because there's silver in her bowl. There's food in her bowl, but she can see through it to the silver in the bottom of the bowl, and that's practically empty, and her belly is empty and starved. Poor little thing. And so she comes in here and she starts biting my hand and trying to bite my face.
oh, yeah, she's trying to bite you.
You
Look at the
are
way
the
she's
devil.
looking at you.
You're the devil.
She's like,
There's a
motherfucker,
reason
I
your name
wish
is
you would.
Lucifer. There's a reason your name is Lucifer. You're a devil.
Look at the way she's looking at Donald. She's like, I wish a motherfucker would.
Little shit.
And she tried biting his face like 4 or 5 times.
Bite him.
Yeah, that's it. If you're not going to put food in my bowl, I'm going to eat you.
She's like, you don't run this house, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Cats are
Lucifer.
very posh, though.
Lucifer.
She's a very
Oh.
she's a posh kitty.
Mhm.
She demands the
Is
best.
she?
Yeah. That's like my dog I had when I was a teenager. He used to like French fries, but he wouldn't eat them unless you dipped them in ketchup first. He would not. He would just look at it, and then as soon as you dipped it in ketchup, then he'd take it out of your hand. But he would not try to eat it unless you put a ketchup on it first.
I don't know about that. It's becoming a big thing over here to use mayonnaise now instead of ketchup with chips.
Oh, I've done that before. It's actually pretty good dipping your French fries in mayonnaise. That's actually a thing over here. People
Mm,
do that.
it probably is because we probably got it off you.
Probably.
Mm,
I've seen people do that for just like when I go to McDonald's, I like putting my French fries on my hamburger. It's really good. Just put a little handful of French fries on your hamburger and then press it into it. Eat it like that.
there's quite a few places here who'll put a hash brown on a burger.
I was like my kids were telling me one day, they were like, oh, we don't like hash browns. I said, you eat tater tots, right? Yeah, it's the same fucking thing.
Anything, yeah.
It's just different shape. That's it. Tater tots are small and round, a fucking hash brown's big and flat. I was like, they're
Yeah.
exactly the same. I was like, yeah, now you look stupid, don't you? I love how people say they don't like one thing, but then they like something else and it's exactly the same food.
Yeah.
It'll just be in a different shape. It's like saying you don't like dino nuggies, but you don't like dino chicken nuggets, but you like regular ones.
Mm. Yeah, that's it. They don't care what the chicken nugget is. If it hasn't come from McDonald's, it's not a chicken nugget.
Actually, I actually do like McDonald's chicken nuggets. I think they're actually quite good. I don't have an issue with them. I think
I
their chicken
prefer
nuggets are actually really good.
I prefer the chicken nuggets that are in batter rather than breadcrumbs.
Like the ones from McDonald's are actually very like the crust. It's got a nice like almost flaky type breading on it. It's actually really good.
Mm.
And the place the butcher shop that me and Sarah go to sometimes, they sell these big bags of chicken nuggets. I think there's like 200 of them in a bag. It's a huge bag
Mm.
of them. And they have their own house breading that they use, and it's kind of similar to McDonald's, but the seasoning,
Mhm.
oh, whatever they use for seasoning on it is fucking delicious. But you can get a big ass bag for like 20, 25 bucks.
Yeah, Jonathan, you're right about that. Every night they also get half a can of soft food each. And boy, they tell you what time it is.
My cat doesn't eat soft food. Well, not soft cat food anyway. She'll lick the jelly off the dog's food, and
Oh, my cat's
she'll have a little dish with butter in that she licks. She eats cat biscuits, and then she eats slices of boiled ham.
I get tuna and water, and I give that to the cat. Sometimes they like that. Every once in a while, I'll give them a can of tuna, but it's got to be the tuna and water, not oil.
In brine. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a
But
salt water. Yeah.
yeah, the cats love that shit, dude. The minute I open a can of tuna, oh my God, dude, they go fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I can't, even if I'm trying to make myself a tuna sandwich, I gotta chase them off because the minute
Yeah.
they crack it open, oh my God, dude, they're all by my feet, just meowing and walking
Mhm.
around my feet. Yeah.
Mhm.
Did it?
Listen to Jonathan. I'm with them. I don't eat hash browns, but I eat tater tots. Get out of here. Oh, you know what's really good is chili cheese tater tots. Those are good.
Yeah, who invented putting cheese on chips?
I mean, I've had French fries with cheese on them, but I actually prefer chili cheese fries. Those are good.
French fries, chips, cheese, chips and
Yeah.
cheese.
No, chips are
Cheesy
what you
chips.
get in the bag, and they're
No, they're crisps.
Think of it this
That's
way.
what it says on the packet. Walker's crisps.
Right. What do you call chicken nuggets?
chicken nuggies,
Right. So when we say chips,
No, nuggets.
chicken tendies.
right?
No,
Now-
chicken tenders are different.
But wait,
They're
now
chips. They're
when we go
goujons.
to the chippy, we mean we're going to get a portion of chips. The chippy.
Yeah, you guys sound like a freaking toddler made up your words. Going to a
What?
chippy.
Like
You
nuggies.
guys are making me hungry. I think I'm gonna go up and fry a couple eggs.
The
How
chippy
can
is
you
those
say
for
short
lunch?
for
How
a
can you
fish and
say
chip
we,
shop.
we sound like
Ooh, no,
pig.
I have some veggies and
about
couscous
nuggies.
left over.
No, actually, the Australians sound like a toddler made up all their slang terms. They'll be like, I'm gonna go have brekkie.
We call it brekkie. We're gonna go and have some brekkie breakfast.
Oh, I'm gonna do the comparison now because while I was in Tesco's this morning, I noticed they had Vegemite, so I bought a jar of Vegemite.
Oh, God, that shit smells like straight ass. Just the
Well-
smell of it made me gag. That shit stinks so bad.
I bought a jar of Marmite as well. But
Yeah, but the good
thought
news
I'll
is,
try the Vegemite.
yeah, but Mark, the good news is, if you don't like the Vegemite, just get a bit of gravel, mix it in. You can fill up a couple of potholes
Yeah.
because that stuff is fucking rank.
Dude, like I said, when I popped open that bottle on the live stream, just the smell of it made me gag. And I took a spoonful out and I put it in front of Bo, the dog, and he came up and he sniffed it and he goes, and he like shook his lips and he walked away. He was like, oh, hell no. He
That's
didn't
a-
even want any of that.
I'm surprised you didn't run into the corner. It was like you started yelping, going, "Ruh, ruh, 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 ruh."
No, he did that thing where he just kind of looked at it and was like, and then he like
You
flapped
think
his
I'm
lips, you
eating
know.
that, you got another thing coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sniffs it, goes in the other room, gets on the phone, dials Peter.
Well, it's bad when a dog will stick his nose in another dog's ass and smell it, but then when you give him Vegemite, he's like, fuck that. That smells worse.
My dog's just found one of its bone that it hidden in the garden, and it's full of soil. But she's just lay
you-
there, and
Are you sure
Eating
it's Are you sure it's one of the bones that she's hidden in the garden and not one of the cats you buried?
yeah, I checked that.
Comes in with a cat skull.
Yeah.
Hey Dad, look what I got. Put that back.
Yeah, no, I
dude.
went and checked where the cats were buried, and there's no sign of bones.
Have you put
So-
something over it to stop her digging?
They're in a cardboard box about a foot down, so she shouldn't be able to get anything.
Yeah, but
Every
that's what
time
the
I
Curtis
buried
is.
animals, I always put rocks over top of them, then buried it
Yeah.
just to keep other animals from trying to dig them up.
Yeah, I don't have that problem. Mine all go for cremation. And
Well,
then when I go, they're all
That's a
coming.
fortune to cremate a cat.
It's not. It's about 100 quid.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's not a fortune. That's like a week's food.
A cardboard box is free.
But it's not dignified.
Yeah, but I'm not digging up pets if I was to move, they'd stay right where they're at.
Oh yeah, I'm not digging them up.
We've only cremated one of our dogs, and that was Walter, and that's because my son was so close with him that we had him cremated, and he still has his ashes in his room with him.
Well, that's what I've got.
But-
I've got all the ashes of the birds, and
But
when I
all our other animals we
What do you
had that
mean?
we buried, we did not dig them up when we moved. They stayed their ass right in the ground. Fuck that.
I have never buried an animal. I've buried wild birds when I found them. If there's no way of getting into a local vet, so it's late at night. But no, domestically, they all come in with me.
But I mean,
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
been here. I've been here 28 years now.
There's nothing wrong with burying animals. It's just I'm not
Oh,
gonna
there's
dig
nothing
them
wrong
up
with
if I was to move. They could just stay right where they're at. If you've ever dug up a dead animal, gross. We did that. We had an area in our property where we buried dogs over the years when they would pass away, and the fence company came in to put a new fence in my dad's yard, and they went through one of the graves that was just recent, like it was only like a month or so old. And when they dug it up, dude, all you see is the guys running and gagging. They didn't realize it because we didn't mark any of them. It was just where they were at, right? We just picked a spot on the property, and that's where we always buried them. None of them were actually marked, so they didn't know they were there. But yeah, that is one of the worst smells, is a rotting corpse of any kind of
Yeah, someone
animal or
3D
human.
Yeah, someone's 3D printed some Oreos for a display at a summer fete, and the people have robbed the fake Oreos and left the real ones.
I've smelt dead bodies before too, and that is one of the worst smells you'll ever smell in your life. Because my dad, when my dad owned his business back in the day, you know, they would get cars in sometimes where somebody was dead in it for 2-3 weeks and then was found in the middle of the desert, and they had to get the body out and then tow the car in, and you could smell it for months after. And sometimes, you know, even without opening the vehicle, you could walk by it and still smell the residual smell from it. And I'm telling you what, that is nasty. That was like that one time my dad had to drive, there was an 18-wheeler. This guy pulled it into a truck stop near our house. Well, nobody was paying attention because there's so many trucks in and out of this place. This truck was sitting there for 2 weeks. The guy was dead inside in the back cab, slit in his bed. For 2 weeks, he was sitting there dead in there. And in the middle of summer, mind you, and this truck was off for about, and the truck died after about two days of running. And so he was in the middle of summer. Dude, my dad had to go and drive that truck from the gas station down to the shop, which was about 5 miles. And oh my God, dude, he was gagging. He threw up in the little trash can about 6 times on the way back. Fucking nasty, dude.
You only do that in a scuba gear.
Oh God, it was horrible. Yeah, that truck smelled so bad. It sat in our parking lot for probably, in our yard, in the shop yard, it probably sat there for probably about 2-3 weeks before the company came and got it. And oh my God, dude, it smelled so bad. You could just smell it every time you'd walk by the truck because they had the windows down trying to air it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was bad. I'll never forget too, we were cleaning out this van one day, and there was a chest, ice chest, and it was just full of fucking food. And it had been in there for like a couple weeks, and we didn't go through the vehicles till either somebody abandoned it to us and like gave it to us and said they weren't going to come get it, that we could keep it, or we'd lien sell it. Once it got lien sold, then we would go through it and empty it. But we opened it up and it just was, oh my God, the worst smell of rotting food, right? So we closed it up and we set it in the middle of the yard, and it was sitting out there, and I was about to go take it out the dumpster. And I'll never forget this. My grandpa goes walking out there, and all you hear my dad is, "Don't open that." And he fucking opens it, and then you see my grandpa start throwing up in the middle of the yard. Oh God, it was nasty. Yeah, that shit was gross though, Jonathan. Yeah, nasty. So I said I've smelt my fair share of dead bodies and ugh. Gross. Just like when I was working for the gas company, I used to go to the damn where they would do all the cremations, and you would just have that smell, and it smelled like barbecue, but like not in a good way. Like it was just you would have this smell in your nostrils all day after going to one of those places. Oh my God, it was like I said, it smelled like barbecue, but it wasn't like good barbecue.
Yeah, well, formaldehyde doesn't make a good marinade.
It was like you were barbecuing rotten meat. It was gross smelling. I hated every time I had to go to one of those places.
Mm.
Yeah, every one of those places used natural gas, so there was quite a few of those on my list I had to go to. Every couple of months, I'd have to make a round on a lot of them.
Mhm.
That's all you could smell in my truck all day. It was just, ugh. Did
Can
you
you
ever hear?
put an odor into natural gas like we do, so that you can actually
Yeah.
smell that it's gas? Because
Oh yeah,
gas,
that's
well,
law. You have to have that in there.
yeah.
Yeah, there's actually at each gate station where the main lines come up out of the ground, there's actually a propane tank there, like a 400-gallon propane tank type tank.
Mm,
And it has that in there, that specific chemical, and it's constantly feeding it into the gas to keep that smell.
right.
Each one of the gate stations had one. So it was always getting that chemical fed into the lines everywhere. That way they
Mm,
would constantly have that smell. Yeah, that's law. You have to have that with propane as well. Because propane is odorless too if you don't add that smell to it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's super dangerous if you don't have that. Any country that's using natural gas and doesn't add some kind of smell to it is just asking for trouble. That is like
Yeah.
the stupidest thing you could ever do. I mean, you're just asking for explosions and everything because you could have natural gas leaking right under a fucking neighborhood and nobody would even know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And you've seen
Yeah.
explosions where one house filled up with gas and then it exploded and it took out 5 houses around it. Yeah, that shit's dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Did
The
you ever
first thing you know about a gas leak around here is you can smell it coming up through the footpath.
Oh yeah, dude, there was times where I walked into and you can look at the earth and you can tell by the way the ground, the dirt is, you can tell what a gas leak looks like. Even if you can't smell it, you can tell by looking at the dirt, the way it's compacted and it has a certain look to it. You can
Mm.
tell there's a gas leak there by looking at it if you know what you're looking for.
Hmm.
I found a lot of in-ground leaks just by staring at the dirt and looking at it and could tell there was a gas leak there and then end up doing an in-ground test and finding it.
Mm.
Let's see here. See if I can find that video of that one. Oh yeah, this one here. This shit was nuts, dude. This was the one that was caught on that Ring doorbell camera.
Hmm.
Yeah, let me show you. This one wiped out like 3 houses around it. But unfortunately, there was people inside the house when it exploded. Because I think the basement filled up with gas and they didn't know it.
Deadly home explosion in western
Mm.
Pennsylvania captured by a neighbor's Ring doorbell camera. Take a look.
Watch this shit.
Oh yeah.
Fucking just gone, dude.
Just frightening to see that 5 people, including a child, were killed, several others hurt. This happened Saturday outside of Pittsburgh. Fire officials said the flames spread to other homes, destroying 3 and damaging at least a dozen others. The cause of that blast is still under investigation.
Yeah, that was that's fucking nuts right there, dude.
But it weren't an e-cig.
But I think what it was if I remember correctly, they ended up finding out it was leaking in the basement. So I hadn't rose up into the house yet, and they didn't realize there was a gas leak, and it exploded down in the basement before they had a chance to, be able to tell where there was a leak. And then, fortunately, there was
gas is easy.
5. I did. I'll tell you what, dude. I would much rather live in a neighborhood that doesn't have gas than has it. And that's coming from somebody that worked for a gas company. Like, yeah, not that it's actually that common for something like that to happen, for the amount of gas that's being used around the country, but you always have that potential, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is a lot of people, homeowners, they don't realize that the gas when your meter's outside, one side of the meter is the gas company's responsible for everything on that one side of the meter. Everything on the other side that goes into your house, you're responsible for. And a lot of homeowners don't pay attention to their gas lines. I've had a lot of homeowners assume that we were responsible for it. When I would tell them they had a leak, they were like, well, are you going to come fix it? I'm like, no, you have to call a licensed plumber who deals with gas, and they have to come out and fix it. You have to pay for that. They thought we were in charge of that. No, that's your side of the meter.
Yeah, I think over here it's your responsibility. But if you can smell gas in your house, the gas company will come and cap it off.
Oh yeah, they'll do that here too, but you have to call and get it fixed if it's on your side. You have to pay for that out of your own pocket.
I do think that gas should be the gas company's responsibility the whole way.
So check this out. One time I was over at a guy's house checking his meter, right? And I see the gas line going into his house, rusted like a motherfucker. And I take my pin. I used to take a pin and I would just a plastic pin, and I would kind of just scratch the surface of the pipe to see how bad it was. And I went to press it, and the fucking pin went right through the pipe. That's how bad it was rusted. So I immediately turned the valve off, and I got a hold of one of the neighbors was outside, and he was asking me what I was doing. I was explaining to him, I said, I need you to call. I said, do you have this guy's phone number? Do you know this neighbor? He's like, yeah, I got his number. I said, well, you need to call him right away. I said, I just had to turn his gas off. I said, he's got a major leak. I said, his pipe is rusted all the way through. Well, it turned out the guy that owned the house was a licensed gas plumber. So he immediately came home. They called him up and he didn't pay attention to it. And he even admitted to it. He said, yeah, I guess I just, he goes, I feel kind of embarrassed because I'm a licensed gas
Isn't that
plumber.
the same as a mechanic? You look at a mechanic's car and it's a fucking rust bucket and falling apart.
But he said he was even embarrassed about it, but he immediately came home and I sat there and watched him. He tore everything apart, put a new pipe on, and had it all fixed in like 30 minutes. And then I turned his gas back on. He went in, relit all the pilots. And yeah, but yeah, I've actually seen pipes where like I literally poked through it with a plastic writing pen, just right through it. That's how brittle it was.
It shouldn't happen here, that, because they don't use iron-based pipes.
Not anymore.
There wasn't iron.
They've got to be copper. For it to rust, it's got to be iron. It can oxidize, perhaps, if it's a different type, like copper turns green, aluminium turns white. But rust is only iron oxide.
But yeah, he replaced it immediately after I called him. And then I've had people where they were out of towners, they were snowbirds and they weren't home and nobody knew how to get a hold of the people. So I'd have to turn the gas off in their house and then leave a note on their front door. Hey, this date, this time I turned your gas off. Nothing I could do. Nobody knew how to get a hold of you. You have a leak. You need to get it fixed before you turn your gas on. And, and then I never talk to the people again because technically, even if I find a leak on their side, it's not my responsibility. I could walk away, and if something happened, it's not on me. That's on the homeowner. I don't even have to tell them they have a leak technically, but I always did because of out of safety reasons. If I found a leak on their side, I'd immediately knock on their door. I'd leave a note. I'd leave my number, tell them to call me if they had any questions.
Mm.
And then some cases I'd come back, if they called me an hour later when they got home and they said, hey, where's a leak? And I'd drive back over there and show them, hey, this is, you need to get this fixed. But the worst one was when I had the guy over in down there by TJ's, where TJ lives. I was out on the island out there where it's like really high end, like multi-million-dollar mansions. And the guys, so you got a lot of salt water, seawater coming in. And if you don't keep the pipes painted, they'll rust. And so the guys had really bad rusting through one of the pipes. The guy literally was in a fucking $250,000 Aston Martin sitting in the driveway, bitching because he had to call the plumber to come out to fix it. He didn't want to spend the money to have it done. I was like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? You're sitting in a driveway of a multi-million-dollar mansion in a fucking probably $200,000 to $500,000 vehicle, and you're bitching about it and spend a couple $100 to have a plumber come out? You fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's why they can afford that, because they don't spend money on anything else.
He literally asked me, he said, are you sure you just can't leave it like that? I was like, no. I said, I like literally sprayed the pipe and you could just see it bubbling out like crazy. I was like, no, you can't leave it like that. I said, not only that, you're spending extra money on gas every month. I said, since it's on your side, the gas meter's reading it as you're using it. So you're paying for all that gas that's been leaking.
Yeah.
I said, so I said, no, you can't leave it like that. I said, if you're refusing to fix it, we're going to come out and pull your meter and shut your gas off. Because if a homeowner refuses to fix a dangerous situation, we have the right to go in and actually yank the entire meter and cap their gas line off.
Yeah.
Due to safety reasons, because we have a kind of a right of way, because they're running a gas meter on their property. We have the right to enter their property because that meter's there.
An easement.
Yeah, an easement. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, we have easements. Yeah, people are fucking stupid, dude. Like they think that, it'll be okay. It's just gas leaking.
Yeah.
And then you got, I don't know if you.
Do it and show you exactly what gas leaking does.
And then David remembers the whole shit with the Taco Bell lady. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
I got into it with Taco Bell because the lady did not want to fix the line going into her store. And she said, well, who are you? I said, I'm the inspector for the gas lines. I said, if you don't fix this, I said, I'm going to give you 1 week to get it fixed, because she was bitching about how her district manager wasn't going to want to spend the money and everything. I said, I'm going to give you guys, and I talked to district manager. I said, I'm giving you 1 week to fix it. If you don't, I'm going to come back out here with the guys from the gas company, and we're going to yank the meter off there, and you guys are going to have no gas to run your business. And she's like, oh, is that a threat? I said, no, that's a safety issue.
No, it's a promise.
And I told her, I said, you have 1 week. I will be back in a week. If this line is not fixed and painted, I said, your meter's gone. And I called up the guys at the gas company. They said, yep. They said 1 week sounds fine to us. If they don't pull it, we're going to go yank the meter. And he said, you just call me. He goes, if they give you any shit while you're there, call me and I'll show up and I'll just yank their meter. And so I got back there a week later and boom, brand new pipe on the building. And you're talking about a 2-3 inch pipe that was going up from the meter into the building.
Yeah.
Was completely rusted through, about 1.5 foot going up the pipe. There was a long section that was all nothing but rust. And it was leaking through that whole section. It was about 1.5 foot long.
So you spray it with a soap solution so that it bubbles.
Yeah, we just use Dawn dish soap and water. That's it.
Yeah.
Then I used a one of those little sprayers that you would use for doing insecticide.
Yeah.
I bought one, I had one of those. It was like a little 1 gallon one. And you just pump it and then you could spray it. That's what I went to the store and just got my own. Cause they used to give these little spray bottles, but they were really shitty. They'd break after like 2-3 days of using them.
Yeah.
I was always having to get new ones from them. So I just went out and bought my own sprayer for like $10 at the store. But yeah, that's what I said. You even have fucking multi-billion-dollar corporations bitching about having to spend a couple $100 to fix a gas line. Ridiculous.
Mm.
And I had one guy get pissed off at a hospital because the employees called in a gas leak. It turned out it was just a sewage leak, but a lot of people that don't know gas,
Yeah.
they smell the methane from the sewage and they assume it's gas, like they don't know the
Mhm.
difference between the smells. And they called it in as they thought there was a gas leak. And the guy got pissed off and said, well, the employee should have never called that in. And I
Of
got in an
course.
argument with the dude. I said, yes, they have a right to call it in. And I said, that is a danger to the community and your hospital. I said, why would you not want your employees to call it in if they thought they smelled a gas leak?
Mm.
It's
Yeah.
like, well, they should have told me first. No, what are you gonna do? Call us.
Do you charge them for the visit?
No, we never charged for visits because we were subcontractor for the gas company. So gas company just paid us no matter what. So. Oh yeah, gas company, dude. They would always back us on stuff like that.
Yeah, when I moved in here, it had a gas cooker, but I changed it for electric, so that's capped. The only thing I've got that's gas in this house now, well, there's a gas fire, but I don't use it. Oh yeah, yeah, gas wall heaters in. I took all them out and put central heating in. So the only thing I've got really running off gas at the moment is my hot water boiler.
Yeah, here if you want to get gas, you have to have 3 appliances in your house before they'll hook it up. They require at least a minimum of 3 appliances using gas. Whether it's a dryer, a stove, and like a hot water heater, you'd have to have like 3
Wait,
of
you
them.
have gas dryers?
Yeah, there's gas dryers. Yeah.
That'd be a no-no over here.
Not a lot of people have them, but they do exist, yes. Use gas to heat instead of electric.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I've got a gas fire, which looks like a coal fire but runs off gas. And we used to have wall heaters that were all gas on as well. And I just took all
But
them
you went
out.
back some, aren't you?
No, when I moved in here, we had gas heaters on the
Yeah, but how
wall
long ago
in
was
this
that?
house 28 years ago.
Exactly, that's what I mean. You don't get gas heaters now on the wall.
You can do.
The ban. Well, it should be.
Apparently, the guy that used to live here had them in because he had asthma, and the heat from the gas heaters, or that it didn't affect the air in the same way that
Electric would.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, now it's just radiators, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I put in. I put central heating in with radiators. But yeah, no, there's no actual minimum requirement to have gas fitted to your property here.
Yeah, the gas company here requires you have at least 3 appliances before they'll come hook it up. Which most people will have, like I said, normally they'll have a stove. The 3 that most people will have is a stove, hot water heater, and a generator. Is the 3 most common ones you'll see people hooking up. They even have gas refrigerators, those exist as well. Now, I've never seen one myself in a house. I've seen them in RVs, but they
Yeah,
do
they're
exist.
what's it? Yeah, they're
But
all
they
3
do it.
liters. They run on gas, 240 volts and 12 volts.
But like I said, they do exist, so I've never actually
Yeah.
seen one in somebody's house.
Always either propane or LPG.
But like I said, most of the three that we used to see people that when they would want to get hooked up is they would have the stove, hot water heater, and a generator. Because you got a lot of people here that have the big Generac generators on their houses that will run the whole house.
Yeah.
And they'll have a gas meter hooked up to it.
Yeah. And when you have an RV or camper or anything like that, you have to know the difference between butane and propane.
We actually had a couple of neighborhoods where they actually ran propane instead of natural gas.
Mm.
But our company wasn't allowed to do it because we weren't fitted to do propane.
Yeah.
So the gas company had to do those neighborhoods themselves. But
Well,
because our equipment wasn't made for propane, it was made for natural gas.
propane will work better in colder temperatures than butane will.
Oh yeah, butane lighters will,
It
in really
affects
cold temperatures, it's
Yeah,
really hard to get them
they
to
won't
light.
work. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't pressurize as well as propane does.
Oh yeah, I've left lighters outside during really cold weather, and then you go to light it, and it
Yeah,
takes
and it
like
don't
20
work.
times.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to sit and like kind of warm it up in your hand and light it like 5 or 10 times to get it to spark to kind of generate some heat, and then
Yeah.
it'll finally light up after that. Yeah. I grew up using propane. In my dad's house, everything ran off propane besides just their standard electric. But like our gas, our stove, our I think our dishwasher, I want to say our dryer, a bunch of shit in our house was running off of propane.
Yeah. Like my uncle down south, I mean, his house is worth about
Hot water heater.
Something like 3.5 to
dishwasher.
4 million quid. And he has a propane tank to run the gas in the house because his driveway is like 1.5 miles long, and there's no gas feed in the street or the road that he actually fronts on, so he can't run natural gas to his house.
Well, see, here the gas companies will let you run lines that long, but guess who's paying for it? You are, not the gas company.
Yeah, but there's no gas feed in the road to come from.
They actually ran a gas line out to what's the name of that? It's a plant that makes paint and stuff. I can't think. It's a DuPont plant, I think. But it's out in the middle of nowhere here.
Yeah. Over here, if you're
they
not
ran
on gas supply and in a new build, you can get it connected to the gas supply, but you need to get a couple of the residents to form a group because you're all going to pay for it. And a lot of the new estates are not built onto gas mains.
This plant is out in the middle of nowhere, and the gas company, they paid to have the gas company run a line like 10 miles out to the plant. And that's the only thing out in the middle of nowhere. That's the only thing that runs off the gas out there. So we had a gas line that ran all the way out to that plant for 10 miles, and nothing else is hooked up to it but that plant.
Bit of a twat as a gas
No,
line.
it's not a DuPont. It's Massey, I think is the name of the company. Massey. Starts with an M. I think it's Massey or something like that. I can't remember what they make, but it's a fucking humongous plant. It's fucking huge. Like this place is fucking big. Actually, in order to go into the plant, so I had to go in there and check the meters. And in order to go into the plant for anybody, even if you're a visitor, you have to sit down, watch their safety video, And then you have to do all this shit, and then they give you your own little like 1-year license thing that you
Yep.
carry, a little badge.
I didn't get a license, but I had to sit through a huge, long safety. Actually, a couple of them. One for doing some video shoots at a wind farm. So going and flying some stuff for the wind farm, and then the other one, the longer one, was a explosives plant that's nearby.
Yeah, they actually gave me a little badge, and I just kind of hooked it onto my work ID.
And that one
already
was like,
had.
okay, tell us what equipment you're using. Okay, what frequencies are you running? Okay, we need to
Oh,
know
yeah.
exactly what you're doing.
Like, what
You said they
frequencies are you
made
running?
paint.
I think it was paint. It was Massey's. That was the
The,
name of the company. Hold on, let me
the only
look up
one I
the.
can think of is H. Marcel Guest.
No, it definitely wasn't that.
It'll
I
be a
think the
US
name was
brand paint.
Massey's. What the hell was the name of that company? Started with an M. I remember that. Can't remember the name of it. I remember it started with an M though.
Just Google it. Say paint manufacturers in California or whatever.
I don't even remember if it was paint exactly. I think that's what they made. I can't remember. But I remember that I had to sit through a safety video, and then I had to fill out a form thing, and then they gave me a little badge with my name and everything on it, and it was good for like a year or two. And then I just punched a little hole out, and I just added it behind my work badge. And that way, whenever I'd go in there, I could just flip up my work badge and show it to them, and then they'd let me come in. I only had to go in there twice though. The time I worked for the gas company, I only went in there twice. And then they had and then there was a couple of places I had to go. You had to have a hard hat on at all times. Even though you were nowhere near anything that would, like, literally one of them I had to go into, it was just a big empty lot, and they had a warehouse, and the gas meters were on the outside of the warehouse, like a big warehouse building. But there was nothing around, like there wasn't cranes, there wasn't nothing, it was just empty. And they did the shit in the building, but yeah, you had to wear a hard hat on their property. But there was, like I said, there was nothing outside the building. It just looked like a big warehouse building from the outside. And all that was out there was cars parked around it, but you had to have a hard hat on even when you were outside of the building.
Just reading this thing, at one point, the two sides of the Channel Tunnel were both a metre off where they should have been. And if they hadn't got it back, so they were both going to meet in the center, they could have flooded both tunnels out.
Mhm.
That is one wrong thing to get wrong.
You guys aren't going live at all today, David?
No, because the kids will be here.
I never stopped y'all from 4.
Mm.
Oh, you got all the
we-
kids there or just one
No,
of them?
just the two of them.
Yeah.
But we've been asked not for them to be online.
Oh, by their
Yeah.
mom or what?
Yeah.
Mm. Well, it looks like it's a better day in Connecticut today than it was yesterday.
Connecticut?
Yeah,
Why are you monitoring Connecticut's weather?
I'm watching the golf.
Oh, okay. Like that's kind of random. Plan on visiting or something?
Uh, they're playing in shirt sleeves today. Yesterday they were taken off the course because of heavy rain and thunderstorms.
Uh,
The women's golf up near Seattle was in gorgeous sunshine.
Seattle's a place that they get a lot of rain there. It's always raining over in that area of the country.
Oh, they've got really nice weather.
They're kind of, honestly, they're kind of remind me of you guys, how you guys talk about always being cloudy all the time. That's the way it is over in like Washington and stuff. Not
Yeah.
DC, but the state Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I said it hasn't, last summer and this summer so far, it hasn't really rained here a lot. Like I said, it used to be like clockwork every day.
Mm.
Hardly gotten any rain. I don't know about like TJ's area and stuff, but my area hasn't really gotten anything.
Yeah. Last 3 days have been nice and sunny here. I think it's about 66 degrees today. It was about 70 yesterday.
Did a nice little update on Fortnite. It's actually really nice. It's like they kind of modernized everything, like the menus and everything.
Mm. Just makes it so that you've got to learn everything again.
Yeah, it's not like that kind of, you won't have to like learn everything, relearn everything. It looks like they just kind of polished the game up, like the graphics and everything.
Yeah. What were them cars you were talking about last night?
Oh, the cars that I have?
Mm, the one that they were saying like there are two cars and they're both exactly the same.
Oh, there's 2 bundles you can buy that, like the Metallica car that comes with the Metallica bundle, but it's the
Mhm.
same as the Adidas car down in the menu. It just, they're both the same car. They just come with different wraps depending on which one you buy.
That was what got me. What the hell is Nikkei?
Nikkei is a Fortnite YouTuber, a big Fortnite YouTuber on YouTube.
All
So
right.
Nick K is his name on YouTube, and they gave him made his own skin for him on YouTube.
Okay.
They do this thing every once in a while where they make skins of all the big YouTubers, like they got a Mr. Beast skin and
Yeah.
uh,
I wasn't sure if you were not just mispronouncing Nike.
no, it's his nickname is I think it's Nick K30, something like that,
Right.
or something like that. I don't watch him, but
Mm.
just like all the big movie stars and
Yeah,
singers
well,
and
it just
stuff.
made me wonder with you throwing Adidas in there as well.
Well, that's what they called the car. Plus, they just put out an actual Adidas skin for one of the vehicles that from the shoe company.
So it's just got
Or
3 stripes on it.
yeah, or Addison or whatever the hell you guys call it over there.
No, Adidas. Yeah. No, we still call
Adidas.
we Adidas. Yeah, we used to call it Adidas. Mhm. But it's the same. Like you pronounce some words different to we do. Some of our sports presenters and things like that don't know how to pronounce words either, and somehow they seem to stick sometimes. And then sometimes the companies decide they want it saying a different way, like IKEA. All of a sudden, IKEA wanted it pronouncing IKEA.
That just doesn't roll off the tongue like IKEA does.
It doesn't,
IKEA. Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
but it is the way it's pronounced in Sweden. So
Well, we're not in Sweden, so they can start off.
yeah, it's the same as Nestles. They decided to put an acute accent over the E and call it Nestle.
That's the thing though, is like when so much of the population calls your company one thing, it's almost impossible to ever change the name and to get it to catch on. Like I
Yeah,
said, Twitter's had a hell of a time trying to get people to call X.
yeah, people are still calling it Twitter.
Well, because
Yeah,
it's when a name becomes so synonymous, it's kind of hard to change the name and get people to really catch on to it.
yeah. But
Like the newer
I mean,
generation,
what
do
do you
I?
call it now instead of a tweet though? How the hell do you work out a word from X?
Well, I think that's still generalized as a tweet.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
still
Just
say tweet, but
it's just the Twitter name itself for the main company. But like I
Mm.
said, the younger generation, like say the 10-year-olds and the 5-year-olds, right? They'll grow
They'll
up
grow up
knowing it
with
as
X. Yeah,
X, and
yeah.
they'll start calling it that. But anybody before that's gonna automatically assume
Mm.
they're automatically gonna say Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay, where's all that noise coming from?
Don't know, I keep hearing it as well.
What?
Like a buzzing noise.
I don't think it's me. I don't think my fish tank is being picked up. There's always a humming
There you go, it's
noise
back
behind
again.
me because of the fish tank.
That shit.
Just mute yourself, Mark.
Do I?
Right, I'm muting it.
There he is.
And back. No.
Right, we know who it is. I think Donald's got his hard drives going.
So you guys not gonna be live tomorrow then on your Sunday stream or what?
Yeah, Laura will be live.
Yeah, okay. You guys sending the
Paul-
kids home tomorrow?
Yeah, they go home in the morning.
Paul did it again last night.
If we're around next Saturday, Justin, we're going to do another Euro Trucks Madness Mayhem.
Okay, is Rob gonna be out that one too?
It might not be Rob might not be, but we have a new member.
Okay. Should be as far as I know.
Paul did it again last night.
Did what
35
again?
minutes.
Yeah, he
35
played,
minutes into his stream, he decided he was bored and said he was ending it. That was it.
Yeah, no, I came on. And he was like,
There was only about 3 of us on and something like that. Yeah, as
What's up,
soon as
champ?
I
David
think there
arrived,
was
he
4 of
ended
you
it.
on. There was 4 of you on because I went to click it, and just as he went into as it loaded Zoom, I heard him say goodbye, and then I got the little ring say Zoom
Yeah.
had ended. I was like, oh, fine.
Well, I told him I was just running to Taco Bell and I'd be back in a few minutes, and he was like, "Well, I'm just gonna end it when you leave." I was like,
Yeah,
"Okay."
Twice he's done that in the past few days.
He was like, "There's only 11 people watching." I was like,
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
never,
"Fuck
more,
those,
there's never
fuck them
many more
11
than that.
people."
There's only 7 people watching now.
Yeah,
Well,
but
technically, there's plenty of times where Paul will have 25, 30 people. He said that,
yeah,
but
Yeah.
he's even shut it down when there was 25 people watching.
Yeah.
but I've noticed as well. If Justin's not around, then he does tend to want to.
Well, Joe wasn't on last night either.
Yeah. But Dominic was went to make breakfast. He said he came back and
They're gone.
all shut it down.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, the other night he did exactly the same. He went to Dominic went to join, and Paul has ended. But it's Paul's stream. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, sir.
Really?
Sarah got mad at me because I wasn't on there the day before yesterday. I said, "I can't be there for every show."
Yeah, disgusting behaviour.
Yeah.
Just
No, there's
There's
been
like that.
times where we had 7 people on the panel and 25 people watching, and Paul's like, "Well, I guess I'll shut it down." It's like, what the fuck?
And then there are other times when Paul's hardly there because he's going doing his ships.
like I said, it's his stream. He can do what he wants. It's just
Yeah.
we
And
all
then there's
I think it's
times-
kind of brilliant. You know, I'm going to start doing a live stream every day where I just have other people show up and visit and talk. And
then just go.
And then go
then I'll
somewhere.
fuck
Yeah,
off and just gather up the view hours.
that's it.
That's what I do. That's what I do when I do a live show. I just have Donald come in and carry the show for me. You know, he's accused me
Well,
of
to
that quite a
Paul-
few times.
To Paul,
I haven't
it
accused
doesn't
you. I've pointed it out.
To Paul, it doesn't matter, does it? Because he's not monetized, so
But I
he
do,
don't care about views.
yeah. I don't know if you've noticed as well. Sometimes he will use me or Dominic. He'll go, so yeah, you're
What
going
do you
live.
think? Is it time to finish?
Yeah, or he'll go, you going
Yeah.
live? No.
And he'll always ask Justin that.
Actually, what I need to do, I've been editing this entire time. What I need to do is just set up
set
capture
up
that
a live
screen and
and
just set
just-
up a live of me editing.
Yeah,
But
let
Yeah,
everybody
watch
else
me edit a
talk
video.
around you.
Yeah. 24 hours a day. Just
he does he does do like David's saying. He'll be like, he'll try to find somebody that's going live so he has a reason to quit the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, David's looking tired. David's not on camera.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, you're looking real tired there, David.
yeah.
You know, you have his camera on.
That picture of the wagon and 2 birds. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not going on camera today after what lady Rebecca's done to my head.
What you do? Dye your hair or something while you were sleeping?
No, she's put it up. She wanted
Oh, you got it in the man bun, huh?
I think it was meant to be pigtails, but it's not. It's all
God.
put it this way. When I come
No,
to
we
brush
need-
it out, when I come
We
to brush
need
it
to
out later, I'll probably have
turn your
nowhere
camera
left.
on, David. We need to see it.
No.
Yes, you can't tell us that and then not show us.
Yeah,
Because
I
you know I'll
can.
call. All right, I'm gonna get a hold of Laura and just have her take this.
yeah. Take a
picture of it.
photograph.
Good luck with that. Yeah. Put
Laura,
it
if
this
you're
way.
watching,
Next time she's not, she's at the park with the kids. But
Yeah.
yeah. You just know that later on when I come to brush it out, it's gonna be so knotted, I'm gonna end up with no hair left.
Oh, I watch a golf channel on
And she doesn't
YouTube.
brush and she doesn't brush your hair either. She smacks you in
Well-
the head with a brush, she goes, whoa.
Yeah.
Right down your back. It's like, ow.
Do you remember the footballer? Is he called Jimmy Bullen?
Bullet
Bullet? Yeah,
or
Jimmy
Bullard.
Bullet. Eh?
Jimmy Bullard and Jimmy Bullet.
That's it, Bullard. Yeah,
Yeah.
Bullard.
Yeah.
Well,
A lot of players go around with man buns now.
he's got a man bun. Yeah, he's actually a scratch golfer.
Yeah, but a lot of players actually allow their hair to grow because when they put it up in a bun, it helps them with heading the ball.
Yeah. But they're not supposed to hit the ball with the back of the head.
Yeah, but if you get a ball on the back of the head, it's going to freaking hurt. You got a man bun there to protect you.
Yeah.
yeah, tell
He's
that.
he's a bloody good golfer, tell you that.
Yeah, tell that to an MLB pitcher when he throws at 90 miles an hour at your head. See if that man bun helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, them boys be throwing at like 90 to 110 mile an hour balls, man. Woo.
Well, strangely
I don't
enough,
even go there about baseball, right? When I played baseball on the Wii, right? When I'm playing against the Wii, I cannot hit the darn thing. But when I'm doing the training, you know, the Wii thing that gives you Wii age,
yeah.
I can hit it for fucking miles. It's like, ugh. It's the same guy pitching it. He's doing the same pitches.
You do know that in cricket balls are travelling at around about that speed as well.
175, I think the fastest one is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the receiving end of one of them. That's how that player got killed in Australia, weren't it? It bounced up and hit him in the head.
Mm.
Oh yeah, there's been some players in the MLB that have been seriously injured too from pitches, foul pitches, I guess you
Yeah,
want to
because
say.
they can throw them at you. You don't throw them towards the bat. At least cricket, they got the wickets that they got to aim at, and it's got to be there. And if it's off, you're going to get a point.
Yeah.
But in baseball, they literally just launch it at you. Their object of the game is to smack you in the head.
Mm.
You either duck, hit it, or kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, those type of games you gotta be careful.
And they don't, at least at cricket, they bowl it where they have to flick it over their arm. I know it's faster, but it's already coming down at you.
Yeah.
Right?
Whereas
baseball,
it's going back up again after it's bounced.
yeah. But in
Baseball,
baseball,
it's just
literally,
straight.
it's coming straight at you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a proper chuck with spin on it.
Well, and that's usually what starts the dugout fights too, because usually there's been a lot of times where pitchers have purposely hit batters as kind of a FU to the other team, and then that's when they all usually come out of the dugouts and start a big ass brawl.
I can smell weed.
Come on.
The guy next door but one must be smoking again. I'm sat in the front room. It's coming in through the open sliding doors.
I'm editing a video of me yesterday heading over to Carthage in the dune buggy, and I got shot of me starting up the dune buggy and the starter and the engine firing up. Premiere was doing the auto transcription on it, and it thinks that the dune buggy says thank you when it starts up. Thank you.
Oh damn!
It's like
JD.
How far is it from the pitcher's mound to the plate?
Holy shit. Hold on. Dude,
What? You talking about that bird flying in front of the pitch?
yeah, I've never seen that video. Holy crap.
Yeah, that happened a long time ago.
Hi, Tim.
But yeah, the bird swooped down at the wrong time and you boom,
Yeah, right. Let's not. I don't want to see this.
puff of feather.
Holy shit.
Uh-huh.
That poor bird, dude.
No kidding. Well, it's
Well,
probably
let me know
dead
when you
without
send-
knowing what happened to it.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
know when you turned it off.
You couldn't
Holy
see it very well
crap.
anyway. It's only a little picture.
Oh, that poor bird, man. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
It was no fluttering around once it landed. It was instant.
Mm.
it's nothing that bad to look at, David. It was an accident. It wasn't like he purposely hurt the bird.
Well,
Yeah, I still don't like
So-
seeing it.
How far
don't-
is it from the pitcher's mound to the plate?
What's up, Tim? I'm not sure what the actual professional distance is, to be honest with you. I'm not that
I
big
think
into
cricket. I
baseball.
think for cricket, between the
The
two
cricket
wickets,
pitch is
it's flat.
22 yards.
Yeah.
22 yards
Paul-
between wickets.
Paul is off flying a ship at the moment.
He's not. He's asleep on the chair.
He probably is.
He's most likely in, what's it, the donut shop buying some more Boston creams.
Because I think I've seen about 2 or 3 ships go past on that camera.
So would that video look like it might have been what, 90s? When that happened?
No, it was in the 2000s.
Was it? Oh, that was a pretty shitty video for being 2000s.
Right, I think Paul's just come back because I just seen a light shine up on his wall.
You're a wimp, Tim.
Why?
Oh yeah, it's late for Tim. What time is it there? It's
He
what?
says he's going to bed soon. It's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. But you got to remember, if he doesn't keep
I'm
his
up at
sleep
that time
pattern-
nearly every night.
Yes, but he's got work. He's gotta
It's
keep his
Sunday
sleep pattern.
tomorrow.
Doesn't matter. You still got to keep a sleep pattern because if you don't, you'll fuck your body clock up.
Jonathan's talking to you in the
Weekend.
chat there.
Hmm.
I'm about the buggy and rolling up windows. What was funny is Donald had to have fucking windshield wipers on that buggy. And it's like, it doesn't even have a top to it. Like, he wouldn't be driving that bitch in the rain. It's so
Yep.
stupid.
Yeah, but it's not just there for the rain.
Yeah, all you've got
as
all you've
well.
got to do is carry a squeegee on the seat next to you so that you can just reach over and scrape the water off.
Like, I could understand if he actually had like a temporary top that you could take off and on and he took
He
it in the
has.
DMV and they saw that, but no, you don't actually have a top for it, do you, Donald?
Not yet. We're gonna
Yeah.
make one. I got so many plans for what I'm gonna make for that thing. I think my wife already ordered the canvas. We're gonna go ahead and make a canvas top for it just to keep the sun off. And I've got a cardboard mock-up of a trunk that I'm going to go ahead and build. That sits back where the seat was back behind me.
So you've not got a frame either.
A what?
A frame to put the canvas roof on.
No, I've got the show bar. It's not a true roll bar. It's not gonna protect
Yeah.
anything when you roll, but it's got the roll bar. It's
So you're just gonna go it from
above
that
the
side.
right in front of the
Yeah.
windshield, and then goes back behind, and we're just gonna do the canvas right across that.
Yeah.
Put buckles, cinch it down. Maybe
Mhm.
Velcro. Velcro might. I think Velcro would hold. But-
Prestud.
Well, they
They
have
used-
industrial Velcro for.
They used to
tops like-
use like press studs for tonneau covers and things like that, where you'd fit the press stud onto the bodywork of the car and one onto the canvas, and then just press them into each other.
But yeah, one bad thing, I'm gonna have to think about how I'm gonna do that trunk space. Because I was gonna make a divided trunk space, one side for tools and stuff, and the other just for uh, just assorted crap to shove in there, just a place to put stuff. But going out yesterday with it, I have my camera case, which is just a little hard case. It's about the same size as that one there in the floor. It's like, okay, well, where am I going to stick it now? So I need to figure out if I make something in the back, a trunk, I'm going to have to make it sturdy enough that I'll be able to put that there and strap it
on
down.
Yeah.
Now, he hasn't been gone that long, Tim. Paul's only been gone for like, what, maybe 25 minutes at the most?
And the rest. Nearly an hour.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, because I've had my food and everything.
Oh, shit. Oh, he might have
Oh, yeah,
went.
he's been gone a long time.
Yeah, it's been
Damn,
gone
I
a
didn't
long
think it
time.
was that long.
Yeah.
Oh, there's two
Yeah.
things that happened. Either he wrecked his drone or he went and got donuts.
Mm.
Oh, there he is. He just walked in front of the camera.
Yeah, we know he went for donuts. Mm.
Usually if he takes that long, either he crashed his drone or he went somewhere else.
Hi, Dre.
No, I'm back, but
What's up,
no
Dre?
incidents other than the fact that I got one ship and then there was another one coming, so I wait and got that one too. So
Yeah, I told you
Oh,
she
okay.
went past.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
David said we saw 3 ships go past on the screen.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, it's 38 years ago since the world's most famous goal at the World Cup was scored.
The hand of God.
Yes, cheating bastard.
Hmm.
oh my.
Never forgive, never forget.
It is
No.
hotter than a bugger out there.
Hmm.
Great player, cheating fuck.
It's
Yeah.
right now it's 94 degrees and it feels like 104.
There's a lot of little
Yeah.
boats in the water, isn't it? With that big ship coming around the corner.
Yeah, it's a big salty. I wasn't gonna wait for that one. I had to get the hell out. And besides that, Mia didn't want to leave. I didn't want me to leave her here, so she went with me. She was in the truck and with her tongue hanging out.
Yeah.
Justin,
You have to take a
big
bowl of
messages.
water with you.
Yeah, she just got done drinking up a bowl of water just now.
Yeah. If we take the dog out, we always take a dog bowl and a bottle of water to fill it with.
Oh,
how what you
Yeah,
empty?
that's not what I want to do.
so what's been happening? Did Donald? Did you get them all sorted out here? Or?
I haven't been doing nothing. I've just been editing.
Rob, prepare
New
you.
weapons in the update. Check the ending on my live. All right, I'll look at it, Tim. I'm just doing my normal quests at the moment. Getting those done, and then I'll jump into no build and check it out. Did they change any of the map, Tim? Because that was one thing that article was saying yesterday, but you know, it was a gaming website, but I wasn't sure if that. They said there was supposed to be some kind of map update or something.
What's wrong with you?
Whoops.
Well, I'm gonna make myself a banana split later.
Are the kids been keeping David jumping?
Kids have gone.
No, they've gone to the park with Laura.
I'm dealing with the other 2 kids. Rio and Bluey have just emptied a box of screws. Rio thought they were food. You just had pizza and chips. What do you want?
Well, I was kind of listening on my cell phone a little bit, but I didn't see Justin if you straightened them out on their. How did you put it? Something about their mumble jumble talk,
What?
nuggies and that kind of stuff.
Oh, the nuggies and
Oh, that conversation was ages ago.
Yeah, that's how long Paul's been away.
I've been away that long, yep.
Justin
I
was
didn't
just
think you
saying
were
he
gone
thought he
that
would have been
long. That
gone
shit went
20
by
minutes.
quick.
You know, Dre, I almost didn't understand what you said then. And then I thought, oh, hang on a minute, the S is in the wrong place.
You mean a good point?
No, it makes sense.
Hey, you mean a good point?
Let's see. They added snipers back in.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to work out how to block Fortnite on the router.
We'll see how this. I'm in Premiere using the enhanced speech. It's basically the same AI that they have in their Adobe Podcast, which I've used for about a year that I've had that, and it's really good. But we're going to see how it
Now, what
works within the
exactly
program.
does that claim to do? Enhanced speech.
It uses AI to
Yeah.
eliminate a lot of the background noise, and it does a really good job. You can actually even remove music in the background, and it will just isolate the vocals.
But it doesn't do anything to the actual vocal, right?
Uh,
Does it clean it up or?
it cleans it up and it makes it sound more like it was recorded in a studio. Problem is, it is AI, and you are doing a lot of processing on it as well, and so it sounds artificial. It sounds like you're running it through a process. So I like to use it at a lower strength.
You mean it doesn't remove the accent?
No, it does not. It would not make you intelligible. But usually I'll export the audio, take it into Adobe Podcast, which is free on the internet. It's web-based. But they've incorporated it into Premiere, and I have never used it actually within Premiere, so I'm getting ready to do it now, just see how that works. I have, when I went over to Carthage yesterday in the buggy, I had a lav mic, and you have a lot of the buggy noise back behind, and my pitch on my vocals is right about the same pitch of the Doom buggy when I have it revved up a little bit. It's that it's just that tone.
Yeah.
And so I'm wanting to see how well it can isolate my voice from the background noise of the Doom buggy.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell us you were singing. I didn't.
Yeah, it's just me singing. That's mine.
Oh, fuck
You know.
my ears.
I knew that was going to hurt Justin.
Justin's wearing headphones.
He's got headphones on.
It's like that night when I did that paper whistle. That really got Justin, didn't it, Justin?
Yeah, it did.
Well, I've made a promise never to do it again. Not that Justin could hear me after I'd done it.
Sounds.
Oh yeah, that harpoon gun does some fucking damage. It's just really annoying when they attach onto your vehicle. That shit's super annoying.
Okay, let's drop my mix amount down.
We're gonna wire into fucking mains.
Oh, nice, Tim. Did you get any crown victories out of that, or you just match wins?
Laura did.
Got 11 crowns now. Nice.
Yeah, Laura got a crown victory yesterday. She got killed straight away, and her team refused to reboot her, but they still came in first. So she got the
Well,
victory.
you have to. No, she would have got a crown. So you get the crown, and then you have to win a second match to get a crown victory with the crown already. So if
Yeah,
you win
I
a
think
match,
she
you
did.
get a crown, but then she has to win again. But if you die, then she wouldn't have gotten the crown victory. She has to be alive in order to get that.
Oh, I don't know then.
She would have got a crown though for her team winning the match, but she has to play another match, win it, and then she'll get a crown victory. So you pretty much have to get 2 matches, 2 wins
Yeah,
back.
maybe that's what she did. Maybe she died in the first one and won the second one. Don't know. But she said she got a crown victory or something.
Yeah, if she died in this first one and then her team got a crown victory or a crown, then she won the second one, she probably would have won. But yeah, you have to win 2 in a row essentially to get a crown victory for it to count. Or you can pick up a crown in a match that somebody else that you like, say you killed somebody and they had a crown. You can
Yeah.
pick it up and then you win a crown victory if you win that match. Because you pretty much essentially stole it from them.
Thieves.
So that's another way she could have gotten it. Yeah, I get second place all the time. It's really not hard.
That's terrible. You have to live your whole life in second place.
But you have to make it to, it's not really hard to make it to the end of a match, especially if you just camp out, like it's super easy. But then obviously you're gonna have to fight at some point. There was a lot of matches where I just camped out in the bushes and hid until the end of the match. That's what that one dude, was a camp dad or whatever, bush camp dad. He, that's what his whole shtick was. He just would camp out till the end of the match and then he'd come in and just wipe up whoever was left.
It actually tells you how many people are still left alive, does it?
Yeah, you start off with 100 people. And then, in one match, and then, yeah. And then you get survival medals for, like, I think when you hit 50 players left, you get a survival medal, which gives you a bunch of XP. And then when you hit 25, and I think it's when you get down to the last 10 players, you get the third one.
Mm.
So what people will do is essentially is they'll camp out and they'll just gain XP points from not doing anything, just kind of camping in bushes and hiding. And then you can come in at the last little bit of the game and try to win it.
And does the map not show you where people are?
No, only your teammates, that's it. So you don't know where anybody else is at. Oh no, if that was the case, dude, it would just be a massacre in one big area the entire time.
Yeah.
Because then everybody would just go to where the most people are at. Yeah, it'd be a fucking
Suddenly
shit
there's no
show.
one left.
Yeah, it'd be an absolute shit show if you could see everybody on the map. Now you
Could you
can
imagine it
see,
though? everybody got killed. There's gonna be no winner.
Now, if you pick up a medallion in the game, you can see the person that has the medallion. It shows you where they're at on the map. And there's, I think, 4 different medallions you can pick up in the game that are bosses that you have to kill. Might be 2 or 3. I think there's 3.
So you
I
don't
can't
want to
remember.
pick up a medallion then.
Well, I mean, you do because it gives you more mobility than other players, but the downfall is it does show you on the map.
So you leave it till later on in the game to try and get the medallion.
If it's still available or if you kill somebody that has it already.
Yeah.
Because once you kill somebody that has it, you can pick it up. Well, like I said, the downfall of the medallion is it shows you on the map, but you do get more mobility than the standard player. Like you might get unlimited ammo, or you might get the ability to sprint really quickly, unlimited sprinting.
Mm.
I think one does health for your vehicle, I think is one of them, or health for yourself. I think it keeps you at 75% or something, or it will constantly regenerate you up to 75%. I don't know. I don't really screw with the medallions too often. I like to get the medallion, the vehicles, but I don't really care about the medallions. Because if you watch that live stream the other day of when me and Jason were playing, dude, I got hunted down. These people chased me around the map for like 10 minutes trying to kill me. Because they wanted the medallion. Oh god, it was vicious. It's funny as shit though. I had the mythic weapons at once.
Well, can you not
Yeah,
find medallion and then put it down somewhere like a trap and just sit
Oh yeah, you can
close
do
to
that.
it and kill people?
Yeah,
that
you can
come
do
for
that.
it?
Jason likes to drop them in the storm so people can't get them.
Mm.
And then, yeah, you could technically, yeah, you could set one down somewhere and set a trap. Yeah, why not? Because even if you set it down, it shows it on screen, so it still shows on the map even if nobody's holding it. So yeah, that you could do that essentially if you want to.
Mm.
Actually, a good method if you think about it. Put it
Yeah.
down in a bunker where somebody has to go down in there to get it, and then you hide in the bushes next to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Precious is talking to you.
Yeah. She stood here being stroked, and every time I stop stroking her, she barks.
Well, that's because she's in control. She wants you to know she's in control.
Oh, yeah, of course.
God, somebody's gonna take that out of context. Just give it a minute. Tom, I just read the chat, Tim. Are you not listening?
Nope, I haven't even really been paying attention. You guys just been on in the background,
I've
actually.
been reading it.
Well, I'm like you, I'm editing, so.
Hmm.
It's off.
Are you guys ready to shut it down
Uh,
or?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off here in a second.
Okay, because you're the host. Go ahead and shut it down.
I shouldn't be the host.
I made you the host before I left.
Yeah,
All
make
right,
me
hold
the
on a
host.
sec.
I'll deal with it.
Give me a minute. Hold on. I'm in the middle of doing something. We can stay on for another minute or so. You should be able to take it back if you go down to the bottom there.
How do you do that?
Down at the bottom where it says participants, when you click on participants on the bottom of that list, it should give you a thing that says claim host back.
Donald, co-host. Nope,
It's quite funny.
it shows you being the host, but it doesn't say anything about reclaiming anything.
Hi,
Oh,
Curtis.
reclaim host, okay. I did.
Yeah, it should be right down there at the bottom.
Right, I've put a massive block on top of the box of screws to stop Rio and Bluey getting into it. And Rio can't lift it, but he's determined to move it. Well, everybody, Paul's about to call it, so we'll see you all later this evening. Have a good
All
one.
right, everybody. Hey, Donald, take care.
Adios.
Okay, we'll see you.
Later.
Catch you later, guys.
Bye-bye.